Hey. Okay, welcome everybody. I'd like to call this Planning Council meeting to order at exactly 9 a.m. I can confirm we do have quorum, and we also have Councillor Cloutier online, I believe. And I'm sitting in the chair today because Chair Stone had an emergency and asked if I could sit in the chair on his behalf. So he sends his regrets. And with that, Councillor Fitzgerald, would you mind reading the land acknowledgement statement, please?
Thank you, Your Worship. I wouldn't mind at all. I would like to respectfully acknowledge that we are on the traditional territory of Anishinaabe under the terms of the Robinson-Huron Treaty Number 61 of 1850 and the Williams Treaties of 1923. We commit to acknowledge, learn, educate, create opportunity, honor sacred places, and take actions towards real truth and reconciliation in support of our commitment to walking the path together in respect, peace, and harmony for future generations. Miigwech.
Thank you very much, Councillor Fitzgerald. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to go straight to the public meeting portion of this meeting. And with that, I have some remarks to read. I'd like to welcome everyone to the public portion of today's meeting to consider applications to amend the Community Planning Permit Bylaw 2022-97 pursuant to Section 34 of the Planning Act. The public meeting will proceed as follows. Staff will provide a brief explanation of the purpose and effect of the application, along with any correspondence received. The applicant or their representative may offer additional comments without repeating the information already outlined by staff. Members of the public attending in person or electronically will be invited to ask questions or provide comments. Council will then have the opportunity to ask questions of the applicant, staff, or any presenters. After the public meeting is concluded and all input is received, Council will consider the proposed amendments. Any person making representation is asked to state their name and mailing address. Please note that the presentations are limited to 10 minutes. If Council approves any bylaw amendment applications this afternoon, a notice of decision will be issued commencing a 20-day appeal period. During the period, and in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act, the applicant, the municipality, and eligible persons and public bodies may file an appeal. No building permits may be issued, nor any related work proceed during the appeal period. Anyone wishing to receive notice of a bylaw's passage, any appeals, or possible Ontario Land Tribunal proceedings must submit a written request prior to the bylaw's passage. Requests may be filed with the recording secretary or the clerk. Each notice of complete application and public meeting included an explanation of the purpose and effect of the proposed amendment, and notice was required to be posted at the subject lands. Notice was therefore considered to have been provided in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act and applicable sections of the Huntsville Official Plan. With that, we'll start with 5.1, which is Report Number Development 2026. 55 CPPA 1126 HCE and B1326 HT HLD Corporation at 3385 South Portage Road. And with that, Kelsey has joined us. Over to you, Kelsey.
Thank you so much. Through you, the subject property is located at 3385 South Portage Road. The property is within the waterfront designation of the official plan and within the waterfront residential 120-meter precinct with natural constraints 1, 2, and flood overlay. The proposed amendment is to change the precinct on both the retained and severed lands to waterfront residential 60-meter with exception XXX to facilitate the creation of one new waterfront residential lot. So as you can see here, the severed lot is on the left. The proposed severed lot would have an area of approximately 1.5 hectares and with 95 meters of frontage on Lake of Bays. And the retained lot would have an area of approximately 1.1 hectares with 91 meters of frontage. This is inclusive of the unflooded portion of the OSRA, original shore road allowance, which is to be purchased. The proposed lots would not meet the 120-meter frontage requirement of the WR2 precinct. Therefore, an amendment was required to WR1. Both lots exceed the lot frontage and area requirements under the WR1 precinct. The subject lands contain natural constraint 1 and 2 overlay. The natural constraint 2 overlay is associated with steep slope areas and type 2 fish habitat. There is also natural constraint 1 overlay identified, which is associated with type 1 fish habitat. Although portions of the shoreline are currently identified as type 1, a fish habitat assessment prepared by Frycorp Ecological Services in 2018 concluded that that habitat is more appropriately characterized as type 2 fish habitat. Lake of Bays is also identified as a cold water lake. While the CPP bylaw generally requires a 30-meter setback from cold water lakes, staff are satisfied that the reduced 20-meter setback is appropriate in this instance based on the identified type 2 fish habitat. To implement this approach, a site-specific exception is proposed. Any future development on the lots will require a community planning permit and will be subject to a detailed review ensuring shoreline revegetation, retention of vegetation within steep slope areas, and protection of natural features. The proposed and severed lot are also exceed the official plan minimums for a waterfront lot. And so staff are satisfied that both lots have sufficient area and configuration to accommodate future development while addressing environmental constraints and servicing requirements. District staff also provided comments that were provided after the publication of the agenda, so they were emailed to council. District staff reviewed the applications and have no objections to the approval, subject to 2 conditions. First, the applicant obtained confirmation from the district that an entrance permit can be obtained for the shared access onto the district road. And second, a road widening along the frontage of the severed lands be dedicated to the district. The application was circulated in accordance with the Planning Act and to the Lake of Bays Association. No objections were received, and civic addressing comments were provided for future addressing of the severed lands. Through staff's review and analysis, the applications appear to conform with the intent of the official plan and be consistent with the provincial policy statement, and therefore staff are recommending approval. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for that, Kelsey. At this point, I would call upon the applicant or the applicant's representative to speak to the application. Welcome, Melissa. Ms. Markham.
Good morning, Mayor, Chair, members of the council. My name is Melissa Markham Planning Consultants, 1025 Rebecca Lane, Huntsville, Ontario, P1H2J6. I'm here today on behalf of the owners of the subject lands. As staff provided, the application is for the creation of 1 new lot on Lake of Bays and an amendment to change the precinct of both lots from a waterfront residential 120-meter to 60-meter and to permit a 20-meter setback to the lake. The owners and I have read the staff report and we agree with the recommendation and are working already on the conditions that have been proposed in the report. As staff provided, the subject lands are currently developed with 3 dwellings and a shed. Access is currently provided by a right-of-way over the adjacent lands to the east, and as the district of Muskoka provided through pre-consultation, an entrance permit would be required and has been submitted to the district. Surrounding lands are developed with detached dwellings and shoreline structures in keeping with the proposed development. The subject lands in this area are the only lands in the area with the WR2 precinct. Lands on both sides of the lands are within WR1. The proposed lands will continue to provide a lot area and frontage in excess of the surrounding lands. A full overview of my planning opinion was included with a submitted planning justification report in support of the applications. As you heard today, we're not aware of any comments that have been received regarding the applications. Subject lands are 2.68 hectares, which provides appropriate lot area for 1 additional lot and a frontage of 186 meters. The change in precinct to WR1 for a 60-meter frontage will allow for the creation and precinct in keeping with the remaining properties along this area of Lake of Bays. The size of the lots are almost double that which are required, and a larger frontage which would actually provide for 3 lots. However, 2 are being proposed for the development. In regards to the setback, the owners are looking to develop the lands with a setback in keeping with the existing development, and the proposed development will exceed the setback currently provided by the existing dwellings. We're requesting that the applications be recommended for approval as provided in the staff recommendation report, and I'm here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you for that. At this point, I would ask, are there members of the public who would like to speak to this application? Are there any online?
Chair Alcock, I see no hands raised.
Okay, thank you. And with that, council, are there any questions from council? Okay, I'm going to read the motion. It has been moved by Councillor Renwick, seconded by Deputy Mayor Armour. Be it resolved that Planning Council approve Community Planning Permit Bylaw Amendment Application CPPA 11/2026 HT, changing the precinct on both the severed and retained lots from waterfront residential 120 meters precinct to a waterfront residential 60 meter, with exception precinct to reduce the minimum required setback to a cold water lake from 30 meters to 20 meters to permit the creation of one new waterfront residential lot. Questions or comments about that motion? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that carries. Thank you for that. All right, so moving along to 5.2, Report Number Development 2026-56. CPPA 12/2026 THT, Harrower Properties Inc. At 215 Main Street West. And we are joined by Madeline. Over to you.
Good morning. Thank you, and through you, Madam Chair, the subject property is located at 215 Main Street West. The lot is designated mixed use within the Huntsville Urban Settlement Area in the official plan and is under the mixed use with previous site-specific exception 0065 and a natural constraints 2 overlay in the community planning permit bylaw. An application has been submitted to restore previous land use permissions on the property to be conducted within existing multi-use commercial buildings, and it should be noted that no new development is proposed at this time. The proposal involves a community planning permit amendment to change the precinct on the lot from an urban mixed use with exception 0065 precinct to an urban business employment use with amended exception 0065 precinct, which will carry forward the transportation services and warehousing as an additional permitted use on the property and prohibit a materials recovery facility as a permitted use. So you may recall in April 2025, to address immediate tenancy requirements, an amendment application placed site-specific exception 0065 on the property, and that allowed for the transportation services and warehousing to be permitted. So the current proposal now wishes to address the non-complying uses on the property and change the base precinct to best capture the existing uses that are currently there and that were previously permitted through the highway commercial zone in the zoning bylaw. So when we look at the urban business employment precinct, it applies to employment properties within Huntsville's urban settlement area and supports a variety of commercial units, whereas the urban mixed use precinct offers lighter scale commercial with residential uses. In this case, residential uses are not proposed for the property nor existing, and due to motor vehicle service establishments existing on the property, residential uses would not be permitted as of right. And so the application was circulated in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act. No public comments were received. District staff also noted no objection to the application, and their comments were provided to council prior to this meeting as they weren't included in the report package. And overall, the application would appear to conform to the intent of the official plan and be consistent with the provincial planning statement, and therefore staff are recommending approval. Thank you for listening, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Madeline. I noticed the applicant is here. Would the applicant like to speak to it? No? Yes? Okay. Or the representative. Thank you. Come on forward. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, members of council and chair. My name is Claire Hempel, and I'm with Tulloch Engineering on Main Street West. Yeah, so I think staff did a great job of explaining the situation in their staff report and in their presentation this morning. This is really a technical exercise. The property historically had the C3 zone. It's been in existence since the 1960s and has operated as a multi-use commercial industrial property. So when the CPP bylaw was adopted and the new precinct of mixed use was applied. This was to match the official plan designation, but it inadvertently sort of changed the flexible permissions that had existed. So there's no new development proposed, but this will enable the property to continue to be flexible and have different types of uses come and go as needed. And yeah, I think staff did a good job of explaining. So I'm here for any other questions or clarifications on planning rationale. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for that. I will ask if there are members of the public who would like to speak to this application. I don't see any, so I will check online if there are any online.
Chair Alcock, I see no hands raised.
Okay, thank you for that. Our council, yes, Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Chair Alcock. And just a very brief question. I did ask Madeline this question prior too, but a materials recovery facility, so that's not allowed. Just to clarify what that is.
Thank you for the question through you, Madam Chair. Material recovery facility is essentially like a recycling depot. So yeah.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thanks, Chair Alcock. Just a quick one. That brings the thought, what additional uses could be brought to the property now under the new, with the change?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. Attached to the report package was attachment number 4, which outlined the permitted uses that would now be included. If you want, I can read through them, or do you want? Okay.
Sorry. Uh-oh, I'm in trouble already. Anyway, burst. Yes, Councillor Morrison.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Alcock. And just a quick question, Madeline. You mentioned that housing wouldn't be allowed as a right because of motor vehicle, but even though it's not allowed as a right, I wonder if a future owner did want to find a way to build some rentals on there, it could be something they could bring forward, right? And we could decide.
Thank you for the question through you, Madam Chair. It would need an amendment just because the base precinct of urban business employment wouldn't permit residential uses, but it should be looked at more thoroughly just because of the existing uses on the property. But yes, there could be a process that a future landowner could enter into.
Okay, thank you for all of those questions, Council. I will read the motion. It has been moved by Deputy Mayor Armour, seconded by Councillor Morrison. Be it resolved that Planning Council approve Community Planning Permit Bylaw Amendment Application CPPA 12-2026 HT, the purpose and effect of which is to amend the precinct on the lot from an urban mixed use with exception 0065 precinct to an urban business employment use with an amended exception 0065 precinct to 1, carry forward transportation services and warehouse as additional permitted uses, and 2, prohibit a materials recovery facility as a permitted use. Questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that carries. Thank you for that. And I believe you're staying in the hot seat with report number development 2026-57 CPPA 16-2026 HT and B21-22 26 HT Hollands Head 393 Springfield Road. Over to you, Madeline.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As you mentioned, the property is located at 393 Springfield Road. The lot is designated rural and waterfront in Huntsville's official plan and is under the waterfront backlot with previous site-specific exception rural 0172 with a flood zone and natural constraints 1 and 2 overlay in the community planning permit bylaw. A community planning permit bylaw amendment application was submitted to change the precinct on a portion of 393 Springfield Road from a waterfront backlot precinct to a waterfront residential 60-meter precinct with exception X to reduce the required lot frontage from 60 meters to 57 meters and implement the actions and recommendations of a scoped environmental impact study. Additionally, existing site-specific exception rural 0172 will be deleted from the lands, which recognizes the frontage along Fairy Lake to comply. Due to the redundancy of this exception, staff feel that the removal will clean things up. Further, the lot addition lands and the retained lands will remain in the waterfront backlot precinct. So just to clarify and just to make sense of this drawing, the new severed lands is here shown in green. The lot addition lands to be severed off the subject property are shown in red. The benefiting lands are shown in this bluish purple, and the retained lands are just no color over them, just here highlighted in white. So severed lot 2, which is the green lot, is proposed to have an area of approximately 3.1 hectares with 57 meters of frontage along Fairy Lake. The lot addition includes severing lands from with an area of 3.5 hectares and adding them to the property at 518 Springfield Road. And the benefiting lands would then have a total area of 4.47 hectares and maintain the existing frontage of 102 meters along Fairy Lake. And the remaining retained lot containing the Holland Shed Farm is proposed to have an area of approximately 31.2 hectares with 141 meters of frontage along Fairy Lake. And a right-of-way, being Springfield Road, will continue to be provided for access, and all existing rights-of-way will remain. New waterfront residential lots are required to be 1 hectare in area with 60 meters of frontage. Exception X addresses the 3-meter frontage deficiency as previously noted, and contained within the report are conditions of provisional approval for the consent. It should be noted that a shoreline shed is existing on proposed severed lot 2, and a condition has been added to the consent for the shed to be removed or relocated to the retained lands in a compliant location. A flood zone overlay is also located on the retained lands and portions of severed lot 2. No new development would be permitted within the flood zone overlay, and a building envelope has not been formally established for severed lot 2, as the applicants will be required to demonstrate the proposed building envelope meets all setbacks, will be out of the flood zone, and establish appropriate shoreline buffer. Further, respecting lot additions, the community planning permit doesn't require a certain amount or frontage, and notes that any lands provided will not have contravened the bylaw. And as existing uses on the lands include an agricultural operation with cattle, the minimum distance separation formula must be applied to determine appropriate distance for farming use to any new development. In this case, the assessment noted that 108 meters is required from the existing barn and manure storage for any new proposed lot, and the severed lot and lot addition lands are well beyond that 108 meters. Natural constraints on the site have been identified as Fairy Lake being a cold water lake, type 1 and type 2 fish habitat along the shoreline, a cold water stream, flood-prone lands, and sloping of various degrees. To address these features, Riverstone provided a scoped environmental impact study, which assessed site suitability for the proposed new lot creation. The study further noted that the shoreline contains type 2 fish habitat, and the report found that the reduction in frontage can be accommodated without having a negative impact on fish habitat or water quality in Fairy Lake, and can be offset by requiring plantings along the shoreline buffer to provide a net improvement from the existing conditions. It should also be noted that due to the flood-prone lands, the configuration of the shoreline has changed for the severed lot, and as this area is within 2 existing lots, increasing the shoreline frontage isn't possible in this case. Further, as additional information is required respecting flood-prone lands, as I previously mentioned, a building envelope will be further reviewed at the time of development. And a portion of Springfield Road is is below the regulatory flood elevation. However, due to previous technical work that has been done, Springfield Road is noted to be above the flood elevation and will be able to provide access during the 100-year Stillwater flooding event. The application was circulated in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act and provided to the Fairy Lake Association for consideration. Their comments noted concerns with access through flood-prone lands, grade alterations, and shoreline disturbance upon future development. They requested that an environmental impact study be completed at the time of future development, and staff feel that site-specific exception X will address their requests, as a community planning permit would be required to authorize development and implement the mitigation measures identified within existing environmental work that had been completed. Should additional environmental work be required to support a development proposal beyond the scope of the existing study, it will be requested as part of a CPP application. District staff also noted that they would not be opposed to the approval of the application, provided that appropriate development control techniques are used to maintain or enhance shoreline vegetation on the proposed severed lot. And through staff's review and analysis, the applications appear to meet the intent of the official plan and be consistent with the provincial planning statement, and staff are recommending approval. Thank you for listening, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for that, Madeline. At this point, I would call upon the applicant or the applicant's representative. Great, welcome.
Morning, everyone. Blaine Hutchins, Attainable Solutions, Box 5287, Huntsville, Ontario, P1H2K6. Yeah, I don't really have anything to add. I think the planning department did a great job in expressing everything that's there. And if there's any questions, I'm happy to answer as best I can.
Thank you. Thank you for appearing. Are there any comments or questions from the public? I don't see any. And could we check online, please?
Chair Alcock, I see no hands raised.
Okay, with that, I'm going to ask council if there are any questions. Okay, I'm going to read the motion and then I'll ask that question one more time. I have a motion moved by Councillor Fitzgerald, seconded by Councillor Renwick. Be it resolved that Planning Council approve Community Planning Permit Bylaw Amendment, Application CPPA 16-2026, HT, the purpose and effect of which is to change the precinct on a portion of the lands from a waterfront backlot precinct to a waterfront residential 60-meter with exception. Precinct 2, 1, reduce the required lot frontage from 60 meters to 57 meters, and 2, prohibit development until the actions and recommendations of the scoped environmental impact study prepared by Riverstone Environmental Solutions, Inc., dated June 18th, 2026, are implemented to the satisfaction of the town of Huntsville through a community planning permit, all to permit the creation of one new waterfront residential lot and a lot addition, and further that previous zoning exception RU2 0172 be deleted from the lands. Again, questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that carries. Thank you very much for that. And we are moving, Madeline, over to you once again with report number development 2026-58, CPPA 18-2026 HT, and B24-2826 HT, Morton 182 Rockhaven Road.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And through you, the subject property is located at 182 Rockhaven Road. The lot is designated rural and waterfront in Huntsville's official plan and is under the rural and flood precinct with the natural constraints 1, 2, and flood overlay in the community planning permit bylaw. A community planning permit amendment application was submitted to change the precinct on the lands from a rural and flood precinct to a waterfront residential 120 meter with exceptions X, Y, and Z precincts, and a conservation precinct, all to permit the creation of 5 new waterfront residential lots. The site-specific exceptions would recognize the proposed reductions in frontage along a narrow water body from 100 meters and 110 meters instead of the required 120 meters for severed lots 1 to 3. And in addition, all exceptions would require a community planning permit to limit development to identified building envelopes and implement the findings of a scoped environmental impact study. Further, the conservation precinct is being applied to natural heritage features and their associated buffers and the flood-prone lands. Development would not be permitted in these locations, further prohibiting shoreline development. So just to zoom in on the drawing, in green is showing the conservation precinct, and in yellow is showing the proposed lots. So lots 1 starting on the left-hand side, moving over to lot 6 on the very right-hand side. So a concurrent consent application was submitted for the lot creations, and all lots will have frontage on the Little East River, which is a navigable waterway, but will be accessed from the year-round municipally maintained portion of Rockhaven Road. The lots range in size from 2.1 hectares to 5.1 hectares, with frontages exceeding 100 meters along the Little East River. Existing development, which is a single detached dwelling and accessory structure, will be contained within retained Lot 5, and all other lots will be vacant at this time. New lots within the waterfront residential 120-meter precinct are required to have a minimum lot area of 1 hectare and a minimum frontage of 120 meters. And additionally, lots that front along a narrow water body are required to have a minimum of 120 meters. So the precinct and the narrow water body requirements line up quite nicely. In this instance, the property has frontage along, like I mentioned, the Little East River, allowing the waterfront residential precincts to be considered. The waterfront residential precinct would reduce the variety and number of permitted uses in comparison to a rural precinct, as permitted uses are limited to a single detached dwelling. Furthermore, the official plan includes policies for determining when properties are within the waterfront designation, and as outlined in the report, rural residential lot creation was not explored as the proposed severed lots are physically related to the shoreline of the Little East River and could be considered under the waterfront designation. The proposal aims to maintain the low-density character of both designations while protecting natural heritage features and establishing building envelopes for potential development. Natural constraints on the site have been identified as sloping of 20 to 40%, wetlands, cold water streams, flood-prone lands, and moderate wildland fire hazard. To address the natural constraints, a scoped EIS assessed the site's suitability for the proposed new lots. The report provided an understanding of environmental conditions, site characteristics, and significant natural heritage features and their functions, and further delineated the wetland features on the property, identified and assessed 4 watercourses and 2 ponds. Each of these features have been further discussed within the report and have been captured within the proposed conservation precinct, and development envelopes have been shown well outside of the conservation areas. The application was circulated in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act. No public comments were received. District comments were circulated to council prior to the meeting as they were received after the agenda had been posted, and district staff noted no objection so long that the environmental impact study is appropriately implemented and a cultural heritage resource assessment is submitted to the satisfaction of the Ministry of Citizenship and Multiculturalism, and recommendations are implemented by the town as the property is within moderate to high archaeological potential. So to address this, staff have placed within or are recommending to the Director of Development Services that conditions be added to the consent for a cultural heritage resource assessment to be submitted, and if required, a 5126 agreement be entered into with the owners to implement any requirements and recommendations. And through our review and analysis, the applications appear to meet the intent of the official plan and be consistent with the provincial planning statement. And as such, staff are recommending approval, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Madeline. At this point, I would call upon the applicant or the applicant's representative to speak to this application. Or maybe we're getting both, the applicant and the applicant's representative. It's a tag team today. And Madeline's relinquishing her chair just for the two of you. Welcome.
Good morning, members of council. My name is Savas Feradas of Clan Muskoka, P.O. Box 5384, Huntsville, Ontario, P1H2K7. I don't have anything to really add to Madeline's presentation. I think she covered everything off really accurately, and I don't want to reiterate too much here and waste time on this long agenda day as I see you have. So I'll get right to the point. There is one matter that the applicant has decided that they'd like council to weigh in on, and that's the archaeological study. That is, that requirement that coming from the district comes from them deeming this to be major development. So I have a little blurb that I had written as justification as to why we didn't think it was required, and I thought I would just read that and then turn it over to John for some practical analysis as well. The proposal for 6 waterfront lots should not be deemed major development for the purposes of triggering a mandatory archaeological assessment under section G43 of the District of Muskoka Official Plan. Particularly when the wording of G43A states that the assessment shall generally be required. It is understood that historically this threshold for multi-lot development that qualifies as major development has been defined as proposals exceeding 5 lots, meaning that this application proposed, if this application proposed 1 fewer lot, it would fall squarely below that threshold. While the property may be located within an area identified by the district's archaeological master plan as having a moderate to high archaeological potential, these specific characteristics of this proposal assist to mitigate any risk of disturbing archaeological resources. As the lots are generally sized, the development footprint is limited, and all building envelopes and septic systems will be set back from the water's edge. Moreover, archaeological resources in Ontario are governed by the Ontario Heritage Act, which under section 48(1) makes it an offense for any person to alter a site or remove artifacts from any archaeological site without a license. Therefore, if any archaeological resources are inadvertently encountered during a construction, this statutory framework requires work to immediately cease all ground disturbing activities and contact the Ministry of Citizenship and Multiculturalism regardless of whether an archaeological assessment was conducted. Requiring a full stage archaeological assessment upfront for this limited, low impact proposal would be difficult to justify under the major development trigger in section G43, particularly when the design setbacks and existing Ontario Heritage Act protections seemingly are adequate to preserve the archaeological resources in this instance. So that said, we'll turn it over to John, and I think he's got a couple words to say as well too.
Thank you, Savis. John Morton, 3 Mountain View Avenue, Huntsville, P1H1G8. So I needed Savis to address the planning policy side of things. The practical side, quite simply, this came up during the pre-consultation meeting with the district staff. And during that meeting, because we were doing 5+1 lots, it triggered this discussion about archaeological assessment, and at the time, even a subdivision application. So we talked that through and decided the process was okay without a subdivision application. My feedback was, well, why wouldn't I just, if we're going to do all of this study, if I just proposed 4+1 right now and then later severed the additional lot 5 and 6, would I get away without doing it, or would that change the requirement? And the answer was, yeah, you wouldn't have to in that case. And so I said, so does this make sense? Like, what are we doing here? So I proposed 5+1 because it's logical to me that this should be okay, and the impact is very low. The reality is, even though on the site plan we proposed, it shows the development area that is outside of all the conservation areas. We're not touching any of that. All the conservation areas that are designated would obviously be the areas of high potential archaeological findings anyway. So we're talking about an enormously low risk here. And on the 50 acres, if you do the math on the square footage of the houses and the actual footprint that would eventually be on this property, we're talking that we're touching and modifying less than 1% of the total area. Everything is meant to remain naturalized. So this isn't a tract home development. This isn't go in there and regrade everything and cut trees down. It is just, it's to remain in the character of the area. And to be honest, I'm going to make sure of that. This isn't something where we're selling lots to anybody. I'm keeping these as personally owned, and imminently I don't have any plans. It'll probably be a family thing, and one day my kids are going to need somewhere to live, and so I'm trying to think way ahead. So that's the idea.
That's all I have to say.
Okay, appreciate that. So with that, I am going to ask if there are members of the public who would like, yes, would you like to? You need to come forward. That would be great. So you can speak into the microphone and people online can hear you. Thank you.
Sorry, I don't do public
Oh,
speaking.
no, that's fine.
I'm
So
54.
welcome.
I'm Linda Toms,
First,
54.
so if you
I have
just
to do
state your
something.
name, that
That's
would
what I
be
was
great.
doing.
Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry, as I said, I've never done this. I've never even been to council, so I'm sorry. This is adjacent to my land. And what do? Just push?
You're already on. The
I'm
mic
on?
is on, so
Okay,
you're
so I'm
good to go.
Linda Toms, 54 Rockhaven Road. I'm adjacent to the gentleman's land. Other people would have came today, but they couldn't. My brother-in-law is an engineer, civil engineer. My niece is a planner. She's a architect. Anyways, I'm just going to tell you what they said to say. What assurance will there be that the quality and volume of my well water, I've always had perfect water for 30 years I've been there. I want reassurance of well water with even 4 new houses. Will there be increased traffic? I think we know that. We heard that. Groundwater from lot next door, not draining onto my property. Believe there will be an elevation difference between my lot, 1 is next to mine. I'm 54. Difference between my lot and the next door, mine being lower. Will there be a drainage ditch between the properties? Driveway on the far side of the new lot, if that's on the number 1, not near my property. And I'm sorry, I'm getting upset. He says, okay. And I wonder why Arrowhead Park hasn't been mentioned, because I believe number 6 is Arrowhead Park. So why is there no one here from there? And I guess that's it.
Great job doing that summary, I have to say. If you don't do this very often.
I've never done
you're,
it.
Well,
Can
you
I
did
go?
an excellent job. And I am going to turn it over to Madeline to start addressing each of those questions.
Thank you.
You can do whatever. Yes, yes, you can.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. Sorry, out of habit. Just to address the first point, and I may clarify just to make sure that I've captured everything. When it comes to well water and conducting a hydrogeological study, generally that's done when lots are below the 1 hectare size. So in this case, all the lots are above 2.1 hectares and kind of ranging in size. So that wasn't required as part of this application. Further with drainage, it's required that, properties maintain their own stormwater, and drainage is not happening onto other properties. And generally this is further reviewed at the building permit stage. Generally on tighter lots with these larger properties, it's understood that, drainage and stormwater essentially can be handled on each site individually. And then with reference to Arrowhead Park, I wonder if it may be beneficial to bring up the location map, and maybe I may pass this question to the owner just to ensure I have the right parcels. There are a number of Crown Land parcels in the area, and I'm not sure which one is actually Arrowhead Park and if they're all.
Thank you for that, and welcome back, John. And we'll put that map back up.
Yeah, if we could put the map up, I can explain
That would
the
be great.
proximity of everything, yeah.
All right.
Yes, please.
Town of Huntsville mapping.
Yeah,
would be
Town of
great.
Huntsville map
Yeah.
is fine.
Can you zoom in a little bit? There we go. Okay. Okay. So the subject lands are sort of to the map north of Rockhaven Road. This section here, you can see the yellow house there. They continue beyond the maintained portion of Rockhaven. So Rockhaven has a significant maintained portion, and these lots all have frontage on that. That was done intentionally. There's a significant portion beyond the maintained portion of Rockhaven that this land falls within, and most of lot 6 is within that. Arrowhead, you can see the green area that's shaded. It's sort of a kitty corner to this property down this right of way, and that green area, that's the limit of Arrowhead. The property to the north of Arrowhead here is Crown land, so not Arrowhead, but there's 300 or 400 acres of Crown land parcels sort of to the east and north. There's also, just if I mention, these two parcels here, they're 50-acre parcels, not directly connected to the subject property, but I also own those that 100 acres there. So, and that's my connection to the area. We've owned these for a number of years, and sort of just trying to establish an area we can recreationally have fun and then also just for future planning for retirement.
Thank you for that explanation. I actually, the process, you've had your say, and so once you're back in the gallery, then, but remember, all of your questions, I'm sure council will remember, and if there's something to follow up. Okay. Appreciate that response. At this point, I'm going to ask if there are any other members of the gallery who would like to. Yes, sir. Come forward.
Good morning. Daryl Ewan, 97 Rockhaven Road, Huntsville, P1H2J4. So, a couple of points here, one or two anyways. I guess my first question would be, I feel as though there's been a little bit of a lack of transparency. And coming to this meeting, you know, we talk a little bit about, I've heard a little bit about trees and clearing. I live across the road from the property that's being discussed. There's going to have to be significant clearing in that property. You can't walk through that property. I was friends with the previous neighbor. I've been through that property. I'm very, very familiar with it. The second piece of it is, I guess, a little bit of a concern about the ancestral assessment piece. And listening to it today, it sounds as though the approach is a little bit based on semantics, which I'm really not in today's day and age. I think we're taking that a little bit lightly. I think it should be looked at a little bit more closely. Whether it's 1, 4, 5, what fits into the criteria for an assessment, I think there might have been a little bit of walking around in the gray area there. I also have a concern about the well water. We as well have good well where we live, and I don't know if there's any requirement for assessments that's done before 5 properties go in there. I think that's all I had to bring to as far as concerns here. I think a little bit more transparency on the issue would be good. I think the new owners have been have had the property now for over a year, and we haven't heard anything about any of this until the town put the proposal up on a neighbor's fence. So fortunately, we drove by that and we got notification in the mail. But some transparency and communication would be the neighborly thing to do. That's all I've got.
Okay, appreciate your comments, absolutely. And again, there will be a moment where we'll ask council for follow-up questions. So at this point, I will ask one more time if there are members of the public. You said you had another question that, was it covered? Yes. Okay. All right. Thank you for that. And the question that was raised just for members of the public and for our counselor online was there was an additional comment about if there should be an environmental assessment of the property. So thank you for that. I think I just asked if there are any other members of the public. I'm not seeing any. Are there any online?
Chair Alcock, I don't see any hands raised.
Okay, I appreciate that. So with that, council, are there questions with respect to Councillor Fitzgerald?
Thank you, Chair Mayor. Through you to Madeline, I guess, how do you feel about the district's comments about the archaeological study? Do you feel it's necessary, or do you feel the legislation behind it, if artifacts are found, that we're okay with that?
Thank you for the question. Through you, Madam Chair. So the provincial planning statement also has policy discussing cultural heritage. And in keeping with the district official plan, staff would be supportive of their comments. And that would be our recommendation.
Thank you.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Armour?
Thank you, Chair O'Clock. The archaeological study, are they normally done when you sever a lot, or are they normally done when a lot after it's been severed and someone wants to develop it? Isn't that when that actually should be completed?
Thank you for the question. Through you, Madam Chair. So in terms of a severance application, it can happen in either instance. So in this case, applying the condition to the consent, it would be done before the lots would be created as a requirement to fulfill the consent conditions. But generally, it is done before the lot is created.
Follow-up.
Thank you. Just for my own clarification, so that's, are you doing an archaeological study for the entire area or each lot? And if you did one area and found nothing, would that be considered complete, or would you have to still complete the whole entire area?
Director Maxwell? Only because she was going for her mic.
No, thank you, Chair Alcock. I was just going to note that the different phases of an archaeological assessment, to my understanding, what happens is they evaluate the site and they might do a test pit in a couple of locations. And then if they feel it's warranted, there would be more work done at that point. But the assessments are approved by the Ministry of Culture and Tourism, I believe.
Cultural and multiculturalism.
Yes. So they are the body that decides what level of work is required and what that looks like.
Another follow-up?
Yeah, over the same thing. Thank you. I'm just curious, has there ever been any studies done along that, and what was the outcome of them?
I don't believe there have been any studies that we know of along Rockhaven as of yet. There is quite a history with the district and the ministry in determining when and how archaeological assessments should be required. And I know that the policies, somebody might have to jump in and help me, that the policies have changed recently and the district is having to revamp all of their archaeological master plan in order to address the new requirements by the province. So historically, there was a checklist that was provided, and basically anywhere in Muskoka that touched water could be medium or high potential for archaeological purposes. And so they went through a whole series of negotiations with the ministry to try and narrow down when those assessments should be required, because as we know, basically every property in Muskoka then would be subject to an archaeological assessment if it was going to be developed. And so this narrowing down is where the number of lots being created really came into effect and came into play. And I agree that it may be a technical sort of semantic issue with the number of lots specifically, but in areas like this where it's quite feasible that it was a corridor of movement for our Indigenous peoples previously, that there is the potential for more archaeological assessment requirements than there would be in other areas. Where there's cliffs and high points of land, I think that's a different discussion, but in this instance, I think it would be warranted. So.
If I may, just to follow up on that, so the argument was made that in the area that would be high potential has been identified as the conservation area. So is there any consideration of that in when you need an archaeological?
I believe that part of the background to requiring them is not only lands that could be disturbed, but also identifying if the lands should be, like maybe a lot line is cutting through an area. Right. So then there would be two property owners affected by it. I think it's more along those lines, not whether or not the lands are going to be disturbed and dug up and if there's going to be trails cutting through them or anything. But I don't know if Madeline or Richard want to.
Nope. Richard?
Yes, so through you, Madam Chair, in addition to what Director Maxwell's already said, just to reiterate the fact that there is provincial policy about planning authorities having to map areas of archaeological potential and not permitting development and site alteration within those areas of archaeological potential. And from what Director Maxwell just pointed out, the areas around our watercourses, obviously because the primary mode of travel was via canoe, those are areas of high archaeological potential. And it's an area of 300 meters on either side that they're looking at in the new provincial guidance. So there are large portions of Muskoka that are captured by that. And the idea is just to look at it in this phased approach that the ministry requires so that we're not overlooking anything.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Cloutier, you had your hand up.
Through you, Chair. I was just wondering, is there a cost to this? And also, is it per lot or the whole area in general? And who does this studies?
Madeline?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. There would be a cost to the study. It would be a private cost, so unfortunately town staff wouldn't be privy to any of those numbers. It would be for the entire property as a whole, so it would be one study done and submitted to the ministry, and it would have to be a qualified professional to conduct the study.
Okay, follow up, Councillor Cloutier, or you're good? Okay. Councillor Morrison.
Thank you, Chair Alcock. I guess a couple thoughts here. I'm not as concerned necessarily about the archaeological. I'm more concerned about the neighbors and how they might be affected and making sure they're at ease about some of the issues. I think the drainage is a valid concern. You don't want your property affected by new lot creation. I believe this is a good spot and fits some of the things we're looking for to get new lots close to the highway, good for emergency services access and everything else. Big lots, not small, big 5 to 10 acre lots. So I like that side of it. So I guess a quick question, of course, during the building process, Helena buys a lot, wants to build there. During that process, all the drainage stuff will be addressed. There would be assurances that drainage will not impact the neighbors. Would that be correct?
Madeline?
Through you, Madam Chair. Yes, that is something that our building department looks at.
And I think also tree removal and all that stuff would also be addressed at the time.
Yes, just a follow-up through you, Madam Chair. So each of the lots would require a community planning permit application before even going to the building department. So through those applications, we would be identifying a limit of disturbance, and that would identify where vegetation clearing would be happening.
So I guess if, I should ask for a follow. You can tell Chair Stone I stepped out of line. So I guess on that note, I would make sure the neighbors are aware if these lots do get severed and down the road, keep an eye out for when building applications come to the table, because you would then still have a right to get involved and make sure that your needs are taken care of and your concerns are taken care of, especially around well water. I know because of the size of the lot, well tests aren't needed, and I believe with that size of a lot, it shouldn't be a concern, but make sure that you don't just not step aside. So that's just something to do. On the archaeological thing, one concern I have is it seems to have come to the table last minute, like after there was already discussions about it not being needed, unless I'm wrong, from what the applicant and Savas were saying, it was discussed that it wasn't going to be needed, then last minute it got added, which I never like things being added last minute. And to Savas's point, if the concerns around this have been addressed in their opinion with all that area being identified, and then if someone digs a hole to build a home, under legislation, they would have to make us aware. I don't know if I think that's necessary, or then the applicant could then go back to 4+1 and avoid the process altogether, which makes it more arduous. So I guess I'm having trouble getting my head around that study and how it's kind of right on the razor thin line of being needed and not being needed. And I looked it up, it could be as much as $40,000 or more to do, which is a lot of money that gets added on.
Okay, thank you for that. And if I may just follow up on the explanation around the well water. And I know, Madeline, you earlier said if it was 1 acre lot, we would obviously require blah, blah. But when it's larger, we don't. And I think that makes a whole lot of sense. And if you want to just, for the benefit of the citizens who have come forward, just explain a little bit of the rationale that generally with the larger lots, it's not an issue, right?
Of course, yes, through you, Madam Chair. So the official plan contains policy for new lot creation. And when new lots are being created that are below 1 hectare, which is 2.5 acres, that a hydrogeological study is conducted to review the ability of well water and how the water table. Essentially, because these lots are over that 1 hectare size, in most cases double, if not more than that, that study wasn't required as part of this application. So therefore it hadn't been submitted.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Councillor Renwick.
Thank you. I was going to say Chair Stone, but it is Chair Alcock. And this question could go to Madeline, but it could also go back to Director Maxwell. Just clarify for me, if the property owner is allocating the conservation area closest to the water and has basically guaranteed that there would be no building in that area, and if that's been identified as that there could be historical, geographical, why would we need to have a study done if you said they're not having any kind of building in that area? And if that's really determined where there could be some kind of historical fact or historical artifacts, just clarify that for me. Why would we still need to do the study if
I believe that's what Director Maxwell touched on earlier,
Yes.
but I understand why we'd ask that one again. So, Madeline.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. I'll just try to reiterate. So essentially, it's any alteration, not just site alteration or development. So any changes, configuration of lots, in order to identify if there is any archaeological remains found, that they remain within one property boundary and not be split amongst a number of different properties. So it's just a review of that. The conservation area also it's been placed on the property to cover the flood overlay and previous flood precinct, existing wetlands, associated buffers, water courses and their associated buffers, and ponds and their buffers on the property as well.
Thank you.
Follow up. Oh, is that okay?
No.
So I'm going to go back to this though, because if in fact that entire area is covered by conservation, the chances of alteration to that area are slim to none, right? Like I know you're referring to alteration of any part, but that has been identified as the highest potential, which would be very unlikely there'd be any alteration on any of that on any of the lots, right?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the other aspect of that, as Manager Clark noted, is that it's a 300-meter buffer or 300-meter distance that should be studied, and the conservation area, Madeline will have to jump in, but I think it's only about 100 or 150 meters of that depth of the lot that is going to be in the conservation zone. So the building envelopes could be within the areas of high potential as well with that 300-meter distance.
Okay, I appreciate that clarification. Thank you. Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thanks, Chair Alcock. I guess I'm having an issue with consistency with policy here. If it's 300 meters from any shoreline, this is our 6th application today, 5th application, and they're all on water. So I think we have a real consistency issue here. We don't do it individually, but that's a single lot now. There's no requirement for it. I think 300 meters is probably way more than it needs to be. Is there a way that we can put it individually on each lot? And then as they get developed, then it's feasible and manageable.
I don't, I'm going to.
I agree with the requirement, and I don't think that we can expect people to honor the policy of we found an object on our property. So I agree with the enforcement. I'm not saying in this particular example that there's a lack of trust, but I think generally people find things, they ignore it. So the question is, can we do it on each individual lot?
Okay,
The
Director
land
Maxwell.
The land exists now. There's no study required.
Yeah, thank you. It could be done that way. However, I think the costs would be 6 times what the cost would be to do it as a whole. Although I'm not sure if the agent for the applicant has any thoughts about what that would look like if we split it up. The main issue, though, really is that we should be identifying if there's any archaeological aspects of the property that need to be conserved prior to the creation of the lots. So that really is why the condition was added, to say that the lots can be created on the basis that the study is done and that nothing of concern is raised, so that the lot lines could then be adjusted, or if anything needed to be addressed further down the line.
Okay. Did the applicant's representative want to speak to that? Just because we're sort of weighing in on this one, I think.
To be honest, we don't normally see it happen on a case-by-case basis. It's usually like done at the time of the entire development, and that's when the determination is made whether it's major or minor development. The wording in the district official plan also says shall generally be required. So there's some flexibility as to even if it's considered major development, which could borderline in this case in their minds because of the one additional lot past 5 be considered, whether it still actually should be required or not. So I don't know if that really answers the question. Like, we could do it. It would be obviously more costly, like Ms. Maxwell said, if you did it on a case-by-case basis, because you're getting a guy to come out 6 times instead of once. But it is an expensive endeavor, whichever way you look at it.
And do you have a sense of the cost of the endeavor if you're doing the whole property?
What they normally do is they deduct the areas that you can eliminate. So some of the conservation areas would come out because there's no development proposed there. And the remaining area would be what would be hand dug on a grid of like 1 meter grid. So you can imagine going through the forest and hand digging a hole every 1 meter or grid for the entire property that's remaining. So it's tens of thousands of dollars.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to Deputy Mayor Armour and followed by Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Chair Alcock. So just, I don't know if anybody can answer this question. Do they actually communicate with the Indigenous community about the area and if it has been used as a travel route at one time or not? Or do they just assume it has been?
I will go to to Richard.
It's a very good question. So through you, Madam Chair, it's assumed that these waterways potentially acted as corridors, and then the consultation comes in if they actually find anything. That's when artifacts are identified and you discuss it with the First Nations communities, as far as I know.
Okay, Councillor Renwick.
Thank you. And we've been going on a lot about this, but my question is, and it's maybe bringing it back to what Savas said or what John said about the fact that because it's 5+1 properties, it's triggered this. If you were to do 4+1, it wouldn't. I have a real, like, if there's stuff there, there's going to be stuff there. Why is it because it's now 6 that it changes it and you have to, is it because the lot line, there'll be more lot lines, or is it, like, I don't understand. To me, that doesn't make sense. And maybe it is semantics, but I think because you're adding 1 extra lot and you're guaranteeing that you're not going to build in that conservation area, I have concerns with it. And this is going to, as Councillor Fitzgerald said, this will affect every lot that we have waterfront. Except, there's single lots though.
I'm going to let Director Maxwell, and then I think we'll go to the motion.
Thank you, Chair Alcock. This, the number was the number that was negotiated between the province and the district when the archaeological master plan and the policies were developed originally, as sort of something that could be the sort of limitations to that. I recognize that an extra lot seems a bit ambiguous, but at the same time, that was what the decision was, that we'll let you do this amount of development without requiring these studies for every shoreline lot that we have, and except in areas of extremely high potential where there might be different consideration. But ultimately, it's very much due to the fact of the nature of the lands. It's an area that really hasn't been developed at all along that strip because it's crown land around it. So I think that's where it's just a more significant manner. And I also was going to say that the other archaeological assessments that we've seen over the years have not been quite as intensive as Mr. Veratis has indicated, with the test beds being so close together. I don't know if there are terms of reference that could be devised to sort of delineate what that should look like, but that could be a discussion with the district and with ourselves and whatever consultant might be looking to do a study in future.
Okay, appreciate that. I guess the last thing I just wanted to comment without relinquishing the chair. I'm sorry, I'm looking at Mike. It is an interesting concept that in doing this study, if Mr. Veratis is correct, that they would exclude the area around the river because that is conservation. Then they're doing the archaeological study. I recognize the comment about 300 meters, but they're doing it on the area that there would be site alteration. But that is the area that hasn't necessarily been identified as the highest risk or of archaeological assessment. So I'm having a hard time getting my head around it too. So I just, for the benefit of council, I just want to actually ask council if I can waive the reading of this very long motion unless you think I should. It is exactly as it was in our agenda package, but it has been moved by Councillor Morrison and seconded by Councillor Cloutier, which is providing, recommending approval of this particular application with a number of exceptions, but also with the requirement of it's not in here. So would you speak to that? Yeah, that would be great. Madeline.
Sorry, through you, Madam Chair. The conditions for the cultural heritage assessment, that is placed on the consent decision, which is not required to be approved by council. It's it's delegated to the Director of Development Services.
Okay, so just for clarification, if we approve this, then we're now turning it over to staff for approval, and we're saying that the archaeological assessment is required. So just for clarification. Okay, Councillor Morrison.
I guess just a process question. If we pass this today, it gets delegated to staff, that's great. If the applicant at some point decides that they want to switch to a 4+1, is that something they can do, or are we locking them into this decision? Okay.
Would you, sorry, Director Maxwell, can you respond to that, please?
If the zoning is approved today and the consents are issued, the provisional approval is granted with the requirement for the archaeological assessment. If the applicant comes back and determines that they do not want to move ahead with all 6 of the lots, then we would have that discussion at that time to see what would be appropriate or not.
Okay, did I get permission to waive the reading of this? Okay, I did. All right. So, are there any questions other than what we've talked about with respect to this particular motion? I am not seeing any, so I will call the question. All those in favor? Okay, all right. All those opposed? Right, that carries. Thank you. Okay, my apologies, everybody. We're back on track and we are on to report number development 2026-59 CPPA 10 2026 and B 11 2026 HTE 2721305 Ontario Inc. at 20 Rockhaven Road. And we are turning to Lisa.
Thank you, Chair Alcock, and through you. The subject property for this application is 20 Rockhaven Road. The property is within the rural area in the official plan and the rural residential precinct in the community planning permit bylaw with natural constraints 1 and 2 indicating wetlands and steep slopes. The property is accessed by Rockhaven Road, which is a year-round municipal maintained local road. The purpose and effect of these applications is to permit a lot addition of approximately 0.3 hectares with 10 meters of frontage on Ceramic Mine Road North to the lands to the north, known as 75 Ceramic Mine Road North, to facilitate the lot addition. A community planning permit bylaw amendment is proposed to change the precinct on a portion of the subject lands from a rural residential precinct to an urban business employment precinct, with the exception for the addition lands and a rural residential with exception YYY precinct for the retained lands. So the purpose of the exceptions would be for the lot addition to apply the site-specific provisions similar to the previous zoning exception M10756 to the lands, which is the existing exception on the benefiting lot, and instills that the only use permitted is a welding shop for fabrication and repair, and the minimum side yard abutting a provincial highway shall be 24.5 meters. For the retained lands, the exception would be that the alternative rural residential lot standards apply to the lot, and that the 7 existing roofed accessory structures on the retained lands are permitted, being a 55.4 meter square garage, which is circled in red there, a 27 meter square metal shed, which is now circled in red as well, a 25.9 meter square shed with covered storage area, a 12.6 meter square private cabin, a 5.2 meter square shed, a 10.8 meter square covered barbecue area, and a 22.6 meter square tent shed. These roofed accessory structures equate to 1.6% lot coverage for the retained lands. The lot addition would mean an increase to an undersized UBE lot, and the retained lands would meet the frontage and area requirements of the alternative rural residential lot standards. The application was circulated in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act and the Community Planning Permit Bylaw. District comments were received and included as attachment number 4. No objections have been received. And given the analysis of the town's policies and the proposal, the application appears to conform with the official plan and the provincial planning statement. And as such, staff are recommending approval, and I would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much for that report. At this point, I would call upon the applicant or the applicant's representative. Are they online or?
Yes, I will bring them into the meeting.
Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of council. I'm Ted Williams, EJ Williams Surveying, 387 Muskoka Road 3 North, Huntsville. I'm agent for the applicants. I think the application has been described quite well. Basically, it's a lot line adjustment. The 2 properties are commonly owned, and the lands have been used for benefiting for the machine shop presently, and it's just acknowledging the usage and changing the lot line to meet the machine shop's requirements. One item I would like to add is that the existing uses on the benefiting lands are not just a welding shop, but there's also machining and fabricating going on there, and I would like those included as the permitted uses. And aside from that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you for that. We will ask staff to speak to that additional request. I guess we could do it now, Lisa, if I'm not putting you on the spot.
Thank you, and through you, Chair Alcock. I was not aware of that, so the additional request, if council feels it's similar enough and are comfortable with approving that, we could add it.
Okay, appreciate that. And certainly council can follow up with the question and ask that very question. Okay, appreciate that. At this point, I will ask if there are members of the public who would like to speak to this application. I don't see any here. Are there any online, Maya?
Chair Alcock, I see no hands raised.
Okay, I am going to read the motion and then ask council if there are questions. So I have a motion moved by Deputy Mayor Armour, seconded by Councillor Morrison. Be it resolved that Planning Council approve Community Planning Permit Bylaw Amendment CPPA 10/2026 HT, the purpose and effect of which is to amend a portion of the precinct on the subject lands from a rural residential precinct to an urban business employment precinct with exception precinct and a rural residential with exception precinct, with the exceptions being as follows. 1, to apply site-specific provisions similar to previous zoning exception M10756 to the lands, and 2, 1, to apply the alternative rural residential lot standards of the bylaw, and to recognize and permit the 7 accessory structures on the retained lands, being a 55.4 square meter detached garage and a 27 square meter metal shed and a 25.9 square meter shed with covered storage and a 12.6 square meter private cabin and a 5.2 square meter shed and a 10.8 square meter covered barbecue area and a 22.6 square meter tent shelter, all to permit a lot addition to the lands to the north. So with that, council, are there questions? Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Chair Alcock. I guess my question would be related to Mr. Williams' comment. Does the zoning allow for manufacturing and machining currently? Or do we need to make it an exception?
Okay, over to you, Lisa.
So, thank you, and through you, Chair Alcock. The lands that are being given to this property are currently in the rural residential precinct, so that wouldn't be a permitted use. And the benefiting lands have a site-specific exception that only permit what was noted before. So actually, to tidy up the whole thing, to allow the use that is being done on the benefiting lands, we would need an additional amendment application as well to capture that.
Unless, okay,
Follow-up.
a follow-up, yes.
Is that amendment application necessary? This is an established business that's existed for so long. Could we just amend the current motion?
Thank you, and through you. So if we do amend it, and we can do that, that would only apply to the addition lands.
And I think that was the comment of Mr. Williams, that that's exactly what he requires on behalf of the applicant. So that the lot addition would now be inclusive of that, and once the lot is completed, the machining and fabrication is included in that zoning. And like I said, long established business, the operation has been going on for that long, did in fact get changed, the zone, when we redid our official plan.
Okay,
To be
appreciate, we could clarify that point. That's how I understood it as well. Councillor Fitzgerald, we could clarify that point with Mr. Williams. I'm sure he's still online. Director Maxwell.
Sorry. Thank you, Chair Alcock. Just to be clear, the application was submitted to amend the zoning just on the lands that were to be added to the existing manufacturing business or welding business or whatever is occupying that site. The existing zoning that's been in place since 2008 or prior limited what was permitted on that site. And so if the uses have changed over the years to expand to include the the metal fabrication, that was over and above what was actually permitted in the zoning originally. So that being said, it's the issue at hand is just that that site, the existing developed area of that site, no application was submitted to change the zoning on it. It was just for the lands being added. So that's I mean, I recognize that the uses may be similar, but at the same time, we would be changing the zoning on a portion of property that wasn't previously identified. And so no circulation was done on that aspect of it. So it's just that matter that if Mr. Williams is thinking that they would like to proceed that way, what we could do perhaps is defer, recirculate for September, and then incorporate everything into that application moving forward.
I think that's an excellent suggestion. Is Mr. Williams still with us? Maybe he could respond to the possibility of a deferral so that he can capture all of the requests.
I will just bring him back into the meeting.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Maya.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My preference would be to proceed with what is before you now, and we'll come back for the whole property, for the whole welding shop, welding, fabricating, machining shop, with an updated zoning application.
Okay. And Director Maxwell would like to jump in here.
Sorry, Mr. Williams, just to clarify, if a new application is being submitted for the property and a decision is made currently, then that would be a new fee and we'd be back at square one. If it's more a question of ensuring that the consent moves ahead imminently, that can be done outside of the council approval process because that's delegated to staff.
Okay, did you hear that, Mr. Williams?
I did, yes, and so then my preference would be to proceed with the consent, and we'll follow up with the amendment to the CPP.
So we are then deferring this particular decision today because, once again, staff will be able to carry on with the consent aspect of the application, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I believe so.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So that's good. I think then, do you still have a follow-up, Councillor Fitzgerald, or is that? And you're.
I guess I'm confused about the description of the exceptions in that particular zone, and because those three things go hand in hand, and it maybe we need to change that definition because welding, machining, and fabrication are basically the same thing under one roof in any place I've seen in my whole life. So maybe there's some ambiguity there.
Good point. I think that's, yeah. And Director Maxwell, you have your light on?
Sorry, Madam Chair. We do have provisions in some areas of the bylaw, and I am not, someone else will likely have to jump in, where we talk about other similar uses as being something that can be entertained on a property. However, I think it's more the idea that the property isn't currently zoned and hasn't been zoned for what it's being used for.
Right.
And we haven't provided notice of
Right.
the potential to recognize all of those uses.
Which is why the deferral is an excellent idea, as long as we can proceed on the other aspect of the application, which is consent. Okay, I think we're ready with a new motion. You should, if you wouldn't mind. I need someone to move, so I'm going to designate it. Has been moved by Deputy Mayor Armour, seconded by Councillor Renwick, that be it resolved that the matter of application community planning permit bylaw amendment CPPA 10/2026 HT be postponed until the next regular planning council meeting. Should we say in September, or does it matter? I guess next regular is September. So, all right. Any questions or comments about that, council? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that. Okay. Okay. And I didn't see Councillor Cluche if you want to weigh in, but that's okay. He probably raised his hand. Maybe. Or he's not there. He's frozen. He's frozen. or he's pretending, one or the other. All right, that carries. Anyway, that carries. There, he's back. Okay. Councillor Clute. So that carries. Thank you, Council. Thank you, Lisa. And Kirsten. I'm not signing this one. Okay. It's 10:30. Would everybody like a 5-minute bio break? I would. So we're taking a 5-minute bio break. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, everybody. We are now moving to report number Development 2026-60 CPPA 13 2026 HT and B14 16 2026 HT Smith at 64 West Point Sands. And we're back with you, Lisa.
Thank you, Chair Alcock, and through you, the subject property for this application is 64 West Point Sands. The property is within the rural area in the official plan and the rural precinct in the community planning permit bylaw with natural constraints 2 indicating steep slopes. The property is accessed by West Point Sands, which is a year-round municipal maintained local road. The purpose and effect of these applications is to permit the creation of 3 new rural residential lots, each with an area of approximately 1 hectare and frontages of 60 meters on West Point Sands. To facilitate the lot creation, a community planning permit bylaw amendment is proposed to change the precinct on a portion of the subject lands from a rural RU precinct to a rural residential RR precinct. So that would apply to the property in orange there, and to a rural residential with exception 0102 precinct, with the exception being to recognize that the alternative rural residential lot standards of the bylaw shall apply to the lands. So that's for the 3 new lots shown in purple there. The proposed retained lot would not meet the standards of the RU precinct, but would conform to the standards of the RR precinct with approximately 2.89 hectares and 95 meters of frontage, while the proposed new lots meet the minimum requirements of the alternative rural residential lot standards. The application was circulated in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act and the Community Planning Permit Bylaw. District comments were received and included as attachment number 4. No objections have been received. Given the analysis of the town's policies and the proposal, the application appears to conform with the official plan and the provincial planning statement, and as such, staff are recommending approval, and I would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much for that. At this point, I would call upon the applicant or the applicant's representative, and here he comes. Welcome, John.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of council. John P. Gallagher, here on behalf of the Smith family. The Smiths have owned this property for many, many years and have now finally decided to sever in accordance with the alternative rural residential lot standards. As such, we had Ted Williams' office prepare a plan, identify the steep slopes, identify building envelopes outside those steep slopes, and created lots that meet the criteria of the 1 hectare and over 60 meters frontage on a municipal road for each of the lots. One of the items that was raised during the circulation by Lisa was with respect to an easement that's shown on the drawing. The hydro line was actually moved in about 1966, and that was supposed to be expunged and never has been. So Mr. Messick is currently working on fulfilling that condition of approval. The lots are, again, significant. There's good access and ample room for septic and water. The retained parcel is a large one that will be retained by Daniel and his wife, or James and Kelly Ann Smith. I'd be glad to answer any questions should you have any. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any comments or questions from the public? Is there anyone online, Maya?
Chair Alcock, I see no hands raised.
Okay, then thank you. I will read the motion. It has been moved by Councillor Cloutier, seconded by Councillor Fitzgerald. Be it resolved that Planning Council approve Community Planning Permit Bylaw Amendment CPPA 13 2026 HT, the purpose and effect of which is to amend the precinct on the subject lands from a rural precinct to a rural residential precinct and a rural residential with exception precinct to recognize that the alternative rural residential lot standards of the bylaw shall apply to the lot to permit the creation of 3 new rural residential lots. Council, are there any questions with respect to this? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that carries. Thank you. So with that, we are moving to Agenda item 5.7, report number development 2026-61 CPPA 14 2026 HT and B 17 18 2026 HT Lovegrove at 1140 North Mary Lake Road. And back to you, Lisa.
Thank you, Chair Alcock, and through you, the subject property for this application is 1140 North Mary Lake Road. The property is within the rural and waterfront areas in the official plan and the waterfront backlot WB and flood zone F precincts in the community planning permit bylaw, with natural constraints 1 and 2 indicating wetlands and steep slopes, and the flood zone overlay indicating lands prone to flooding hazards. The property is accessed by North Mary Lake Road, which is a year-round municipal maintained rural collector road. The purpose and effect of these applications is to create 2 new rural residential lots. To facilitate the lot creation, a community planning permit bylaw amendment is proposed to change the precinct on a portion of the lands from a waterfront backlot WB precinct to a rural residential with exception 0102 precinct to recognize that the alternative rural residential lot standards of the bylaw shall apply. So that would be to those sections in purple shown on the screen there. In response to staff's recommendation, a Conservation C precinct will be applied to protect natural heritage features and areas and appropriate buffers. So that would be the remainder of the lands, which are now shown in orange. The proposed lots are sufficiently set back from the river and separated by mature vegetation to be considered part of the rural area in the OP. And these lots will meet the alternative rural residential lot standards, each having a minimum area of 1 hectare and 60 meters of frontage. The retained lands will also have approximately 1 hectare of land in the RR exception precinct and 60 meters of frontage, with the additional 15 hectares of land in the conservation precinct attached to the rear of the property, keeping the natural heritage lands in a single ownership per the provisions and policies associated with lot creation under the alternative rural residential lot standards. The application was circulated in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act and the Community Planning Permit Bylaw. District comments were received and included as attachment number 4. No objections have been received, and given the analysis of the town's policies and the proposal, the application appears to conform with the official plan and the provincial planning statement, and as such, staff are recommending approval. I would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for that. Is the applicant here or the applicant's representative? And I see the applicant's representative is here. Welcome, Lanny.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Council. Lanny Dennis Planning, Box 254, Novar, Ontario, P0A1R0. Represent the owner who is here today in gallery. I think that's a fair and accurate assessment of the proposal. Appreciate the efforts of staff bringing the application forward. We did have a pre-consultation meeting with town staff, and we reduced the proposal by 1 lot. I concur with staff to approve the applications. I've had a chance to review the report and the draft severance conditions, and we have no issues with those. I think the merits of the proposal, it's a fairly straightforward application at this particular time. It conforms to the alternative rural residential lot standards, being a minimum of 1 hectare and 60 meters of frontage. It doesn't offend any natural heritage features, and in fact, the floodplain in the wetland area that was identified in brown on the screen is actually conservation zone is being applied to that as well for its long-term protection. Generally reflects the character of the area. I think as noted by the planner as well, there's ample and sufficient size to accommodate the intended development. It adds to the tax base, contributing to services that are already being supplied along North Mary Lake Road. It's being done for estate planning purposes. Notwithstanding that, 2 new lots are being created for 2 new dwellings to meet the help meet the housing shortage. There's been no letters of concern received from the public or agencies, and we respectfully request committee approve the application. Thanks.
Thank you for that. Are there members of the public who would like to speak to this application? Anybody online, Maya? Just check.
Chair Alcock, I see no hands raised.
Thank you. All right, with that, I am going to read the motion. It has been moved by Councillor Fitzgerald, seconded by Councillor Cloutier. Be it resolved that Planning Council approve Community Planning Permit Bylaw Amendment CPPA 14, 2026 HT, the purpose and effect of which is to amend the precinct on the subject lands from a waterfront backlot precinct and a flood zone precinct to a conservation precinct and a rural residential with exception precinct, to recognize that the alternative rural residential lot standards shall apply to the lot to permit the creation of 2 new rural residential lots. With that, Council, are there, yes, Councillor Morrison.
Yeah, just reiterating, this is a easy one for me for sure, but I just want to reiterate the last 2 applications reinforce why we made the changes we made. 2 families with long-standing history on the roads they're on right now, severing land for their family or whatever else. So it just really meets the intent of why we did it, and I love to see these applications coming forward.
Thank you for that. I certainly echo those comments. Yeah, it's interesting. Are there any other comments? Okay, then I will call the question. All those in favor? And that carries all the way around, I might add. Thank you. So with that, we are moving to the next application, which is Report Number Development 2026-62 CPPA 15 2026 HTAMB 19 2026 Joiner at 452 Springfield Road. Lisa, back to you.
Thank you, Chair Alcock, and through you, the subject property for this application is 452 Springfield Road. The property is within the waterfront area in the official plan and the flood zone F precinct in the community planning permit bylaw with natural constraints 1 and 2 indicating type 1 and 2 fish habitat, as well as the flood zone overlay and Coldwater Lake and stream overlays. The property is accessed by Springfield Road, which is a private road. The purpose and effect, there we go. The purpose and effect of these applications is to permit 2 lot additions to the lands at 476 Springfield Road. So that's the darkened area in red being added to the area outlined in red. And 492 Springfield Road. So that's the yellow darkened area being added to the area outlined in yellow. The community planning permit bylaw amendment is proposed to change the precinct on a portion of the lands from a flood zone F precinct to a flood zone with exception precinct, to recognize a 34.1 meter square attached deck as an addition to the existing dwelling, so that's circled in red there, and a 9 meter square shed, so that's been circled there, and to permit the construction of a 155.9 meter square detached storage building, that's circled in red there. The amendment will also place lands within 30 meters of the Coldwater Stream into a conservation precinct. So that would be the area shown in blue, to recognize and protect the natural heritage features and areas. The lot additions will add 691.3 meters square of land to 476 Springfield Road and 1,885.4 meters square to 492 Springfield Road. The retained lands will have an area of 6,730 meters square with 71.8 meters of frontage on Ferry Lake, which is not changing from its existing frontage. The owner has agreed to remove a number of non-conforming accessory structures, and the amendment would allow them to build 1 new storage building in the flood zone through a community planning permit application, which will be required prior to construction to ensure the recommendations of the flood hazard assessment report are incorporated. The owner has agreed to complete restoration works of the lands within 30 meters of the stream. The application was circulated in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act and the Community Planning Permit Bylaw. District comments were received after the agenda was published and were circulated to members of Planning Council. They stated they would not be opposed to approval provided that the town of Huntsville is satisfied that the proposed development is appropriate and would be considered minor in accordance with the policies of the Huntsville official plan, and appropriate development control techniques are used to implement the recommendations of the flood hazard assessment prepared by Tulloch dated June 2026. 3 letters of support from neighbors were also submitted and circulated to council after the agenda was published. No objections have been received. Given the analysis of the town's policies and the proposal, the application appears to conform with the official plan and the provincial planning statement, and as such, staff are recommending approval, and I would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much for that. Is the applicant here? Yes, or the applicant's representative? welcome.
Good morning, Your Worship, members of council. Graham Huizinga, land use planner with Tulloch Engineering, 80 Main Street West, Huntsville, Ontario, P1H1W9. I'd like to thank staff for working with us on this one. It's a complex property with a lot of history. Here on behalf of Mr. Joyner, the owner of the property, who's here in the gallery as well today, happy to answer any questions that you might have of him. But essentially, per Lisa's presentation, this project began when Mr. Joyner acquired some land from the Hollands Head farm across Springfield Road, and had a survey done where it was determined that that Hollands Head property had a number of encroaching accessory structures and uses from the two abutting properties that we are seeking to add land to. And this was just a situation where, you know, folks had been treating the land as an extension of theirs, no ill will or intentional misuse of property boundaries here. So everyone's been working together quite nicely to resolve that situation. The result of those lot additions will be increasing the size of those small lots and placing all those accessory structures on the lands to which they belong. So that's a plus. As well, Mr. Joyner was seeking to consolidate some of the accessory structures that were being used for storage on his property into one larger purpose-built storage building, which will be designed with flood-proofing measures in mind, which is also an improvement over the existing condition where we have a number of smaller accessory structures which are not flood-proofed. As well, the new storage structure will be moved further away from the cold water stream and the limit of Fairy Lake, and those existing structures will be removed, and that area will be revegetated through the community planning permit process that Lisa mentioned. So overall, just a consolidation and a tidying up, I would call it, of some existing circumstances on the subject lands and surrounding properties. Overall, I think it's a benefit, represents good planning, and I'd be happy to see it approved today. So I'm happy to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Are there members of the public who would like to speak to this application? I don't see any. Is there anybody online, Maya?
Chair Alcock, I see no hands raised.
Okay, thank you for that. Perhaps I'll read the motion. It has been moved by Councillor Morrison, seconded by Councillor Clark. Be it resolved that Planning Council approve Community Planning Permit Bylaw Amendment CPPA 15/2026 HC, the purpose and effect of which is to change the precinct on a portion of the subject lands from a flood zone precinct to a conservation precinct and to a flood zone with exception precinct, with the exception being to recognize a 34.1 square meter attached deck as an addition to the existing dwelling and a 9 square meter shed, and permit the construction of a 155.9 square meter detached storage building. Require that a community planning permit be issued prior to development proceeding on the lot. And finally, require that a community planning permit shall not be issued unless the Director of Development Services is satisfied that the following matters have been addressed in addition to all applicable requirements of the community planning permit bylaw. Revegetation of the lands within 30 meters of the edge of the watercourse, including trees, shrubs, and natural woody ground cover is implemented and maintained in a natural state in accordance with the revegetation plan prepared to the satisfaction of the town of Huntsville, and development will occur in accordance with the flood hazard assessment prepared by Tulloch dated June 2026. Council, any questions about that? Yes, Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thank you, Chair. Not so much a question, just an observation of this whole report. Shows good stewardship of the lake, actually cleaning it up, making the whole thing and conservation area, et cetera. So I can definitely approve this. Well done.
Again, I concur with the comment. It seems like the last number of applications we've had, all of them have had a designated conservation zone, which I feel like it feels like the new norm, and I really think that's well done. So, any other comments? Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor? And that carries all the way around. Thank you. You're almost through. So going to the last application of our public meeting portion, we have report number development 2026-63 CPPA 17/2026 HT Baldock 181 Ena Drive. Over to you, Lisa.
Thank you, Chair Alcock, and through you, the subject property is for this application is 181 Ena Drive. The property is within the waterfront area in the official plan and the waterfront residential 120-meter WR2 precinct in the community planning permit bylaw with natural constraints 1 and 2 overlays indicating an at-capacity lake trout lake, stratum 1 deer wintering habitat, and steep slopes, as well as the cold water overlay. The property is accessed by Ena Drive, which is a municipally maintained seasonal road. The purpose and effect of this application is to permit the construction of an 11.1 meter square attached deck to an existing legal non-complying dwelling. So I've circled where that is there, within stratum 1 deer wintering habitat, and to reduce the minimum required setback to a cold water at capacity lake trout lake from 30 meters to 19.7 meters. No variations to setback requirements for an at capacity lake trout lake are currently permitted under the CPP bylaw. So that's why the application must be considered through a bylaw amendment. Provided the amendment is approved, a Class 1 CPP permit would be required to replace the previous site plan agreement and ensure sufficient shoreline buffer is maintained on the lands. The application was circulated in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act and the Community Planning Permit Bylaw. District comments were received and included as attachment number 4. No objections have been received, and given the analysis of the town's policies and the proposal, the application appears to conform with the official plan and the provincial planning statement, and as such, staff are recommending approval, and I would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for that. Is the applicant here or the applicant's representative? Would you like to speak to this application or? Okay. You don't have to. It's not a requirement. We just need to give you the opportunity. So thank you. At this point, I would ask, are there members of the public who would like to speak to this application? And seeing none, is there anybody online that might want to?
Chair Alcock, I see no hands raised.
Okay, thank you, Maya. With that, I will read the motion. It has been moved by Councillor Clark, seconded by Councillor Renwick. Be it resolved that Planning Council approve Community Planning Permit Bylaw Amendment Application CPPA 17/2026 HT, the purpose and effect of which is to change the precinct on the subject lands from waterfront residential 120-meter precinct to waterfront residential 120-meter with exception precinct to 1, permit the construction of an 11.1 square meter detached deck, permit an 11.1 square meter detached deck to be constructed within stratum 1 deer wintering habitat, reduce the minimum required setback to a cold water lake and an at capacity lake trout lake from 30 meters to 19.7 meters for an 11.1 square meter deck, require that a community planning permit be issued prior to development proceeding on the lot, and require that no community planning permit shall be issued until an updated site plan is provided to the satisfaction of the town of Huntsville, indicating appropriate vegetation retention within the shoreline buffer. Council, any questions or comments? I don't see any, so I'll call the question. All those in favor? That carries all the way around. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so I believe that is the end of our public portion. So now that all comments have been received, I declare these public meetings to be concluded. We will now move to the non-public portion of the meeting. And now we start with reports from municipal officers. Read that? I don't have to read that, do I? I don't have to. Okay, just because I haven't done this for a while, I'm reading this first comment about. I guess I do have to read that. Yeah. Okay. All right. For community planning permit applications, only the applicant themselves may appeal a decision. As a reminder, if the applicant or their agent wishes to make comments regarding their application, they may do so after the staff presentation. Okay, so we're starting with report number development 2026-64, CPP 47/2026 HT, Glover, 23 Tipper Lane Road. Madeline.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As you mentioned, the property is located at 23 Tipper Lane. The property is designated waterfront in Huntsville's official plan and is under the waterfront residential 60-meter and waterfront backlot precincts in the community planning permit bylaw. An application has been submitted to permit the construction of a 467.5 square meter single detached dwelling, including an attached garage and covered porch, a detached 80 square meter one-story garage, detached 59 square meter private cabin, 20 square meter dryland boathouse, and 67 square meter dock on the property. To facilitate the proposal, a Class 3 community planning permit is required to permit an increase to primary lot coverage from 5% to 10%. Additionally, the conditions of final approval have been listed within the report package, and amongst the standard conditions include conditions for shoreline buffer revegetation. So just some background, the application was originally circulated on May 14th, 2026 as a Class 2 application for a different variation of the proposed plans, which required relief for primary lot coverage, adding a second pathway through the shoreline buffer, and permitting an increased size for a dryland boathouse from 20 square meters to 24 square meters. During the commenting period, a number of objections regarding the proposal were received, and in response to the comments, the owners revised their proposal such that the only bylaw relief required related to increase in primary lot coverage. Individuals who provided comments regarding the application were made aware of the proposed changes. No objections were withdrawn, and therefore the application has been brought to Planning Council for decision. The property currently contains 2 sheds and a dock, and all structures are to be removed as part of the proposal. The lands also contain a right-of-way known as Tipper Lane, which separates the waterfront and backlot portions of the property. The proposal does not propose any changes to Tipper Lane, and the right-of-way through the property will remain undisturbed and will not limit access to adjacent property owners. In review of the application, the proposal appears to meet the intent of the waterfront designation in the official plan and the waterfront residential precincts in the bylaw. The proposed development is being located entirely within the waterfront residential portion of the property, which permits single detached dwellings as of right in association with permitted accessory and shoreline structures. Primary lot coverage within the waterfront precinct is 5% and can be varied up to 100% under the limits of a Class 2 application, and is taken based on the area of the property within 90 meters of the shoreline, and appears to be at a scale that would be in keeping with surrounding properties and character of the area. Respecting the proposed detached garage, private cabin, dryland boathouse, dock, and sports court, all structures are permitted under the waterfront residential precinct and compliant under the bylaw. The proposal contributes to the functionality and permitted uses on the property, cites development in clear and flat areas, has consideration for visual impacts from Lake Vernon, includes works for shoreline revegetation, and cites development beyond 30 meters from the shoreline. The application was circulated in accordance with the Community Planning Permit Bylaw and provided to the Lake Vernon Association for consideration. Their association provided comments noting their general support for the application, but requested additional clarifications regarding lot coverage, accessory structures, shoreline pathways, revegetation, and fish habitat. Once receiving clarification and reviewing the revised plans, they noted no concern. Objection letters, as mentioned, were received from 7 neighboring property owners, which included concerns related to overdevelopment, number of structures, sports courts, and the overall proposed changes to the property. Upon receipt of the comments, the applicants revised their proposal and reduced the number of reliefs being requested as previously noted. The application would appear to conform to the intent of the official plan. The district official plan, and district had no objections as well. And through staff's analysis, the application appears to meet the intent of applicable criteria for approval under the Community Planning Permit Bylaw and is consistent with the provincial planning statement, and therefore staff are recommending approval subject to the final conditions as listed within the report. Thank you for listening, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for that, Madeline. So at this point, we have a deputation request, which we've approved, and Marg Bennett is here to join us in response to this application. Welcome, Marg. And just as a reminder, you have a 10-minute timeline. Okay, all right, we're good. We're good with 15. We can work with. That's that.
Okay. The articles online are not in the same order as my presentation. So if you could please watch the PowerPoint screen as I go along. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council and staff. My name is Marg Bennett, and I'm a resident of Tipper Lane. On behalf of myself, my husband, and several neighbors, I'm here today to formally object to this Class 2 CPP application for 23 Tipper Lane. And thank you, Madeline, for that interpretation, but I respectfully disagree with many of your points. Our concern is not about the owners building a beautiful new home or percentages. It is about the building mass and height that those percentages will produce within this low-density waterfront neighborhood. The applicant is seeking a massive 100% variance to double their primary lot coverage from the CPP's maximum of 5% to 10%. When you combine this footprint expansion with a 3-story walkout design and an over 11-meter high roof peak, this ceases to be a minor variation. Tipper Lane is a small private dirt lane just past Camp Towingo in rural Ravenscliff. There are 9 lots that front onto Lake Vernon. Most are quaint cottages or modest homes with a low-profile waterfront. My grandparents bought 3 acres here in 1926 for $150 an acre. This year marks a century for our family. The decision made by you today will shape this bay's character for another century to come. My husband and I built our home here in 2015. We consider it substantial for the lot. It fits into the landscape and can't be seen from the water. The proposed dwelling for 23 Tipper Lane is twice our footprint, together with extensive accessory buildings. It is difficult to see how this scale is compatible with the existing homes on Tipper Lane. This is not a proposal for a modest cottage. It is a towering structure that will permanently disrupt the rural beauty of this bay. Oh, these are really small. On chart 4.34, under the Waterfront Residential 1 precinct, the CPP bylaw strictly limits primary lot coverage to 5%. If you follow line 3 out, you will see that a Class 2 variation can allow you to increase your primary lot coverage by up to 100%. On the bottom of the page, 4.1.6 explains that this variation is intended to give minor relief, like 10%, 20%. It was never intended to allow a homeowner to double the size of their primary dwelling footprint. Asking for 100% is a major consideration, not minor. This chart also shows that the maximum building height for a WR1 lot is 9 meters. What section 4.3.4 does not give is a maximum width cap for a primary dwelling. So doubling the lot coverage to 10% allows the footprint of this 3-tiered giant to be stretched horizontally across nearly the entire width of the lot. This violates the clear intention of the WR1 zone and the CPP system, which is to minimize the prominence of structures on the lake, and doing so, protect the visual and environmental integrity of our shorelines. These property stats numbers, These property stat numbers have been provided by the owners. They have reported that the lot area to the 90-meter setback is 4,673.12 square meters. In my opinion, this is overstated based on the shoreline measurement that they provided, and if so, they are over the 10%. They have reported their primary dwelling lot calculation as 467.31 square meters. That is 9.99996% of lot coverage. You can't get much closer to 10% than that. To put that in perspective,
If the house turns out to be 2 inches larger than the plans, 2 inches on any side, then they are over the 10%. In my opinion, these numbers are suspect and too close to the maximum to be accurate. This is the current version of the site plan. All of the proposed development masses on the waterfront portion of the lot. Here you see the 467.3 square meter 3-story dwelling, the guest cabin, the extra 3-car garage, and the dryland boathouse, making up almost 15% lot coverage. But also packed onto this lot is a tennis pickleball court, a septic bed, massive hard surface decking, a hot tub, driveways, golf cart paths, 3 rock retaining walls, walkways, and a swim spa drainage tank. On paper, it looks like it fits, but council needs to look at the totality of this proposed development and the impact on this small rural lane. The density and massing of this much hard surface will affect ground absorption and interfere with storm water runoff. You will see here that the property already has a flooding problem that needs to be addressed. The back portion of the lot contains a natural spring, and in the spring, with snowmelt, water floods across Tipper Lane and causes damage to 2 neighboring properties. We have informed the owners about it, but have had no reply. What you don't see on the site plan is the height of the primary structure or the elevation of the land. Now, this is important. I know it's very small, but I please ask you to follow along. If you look at the bottom half of this exhibit on figure 5.2, you will see the CPP bylaw method of measuring a gable roof height. Where I have underlined, see where it says the front of the building, where the peak is, you take the halfway point measurement between the eaves and the peak. And then to the right of that, you see the side view of a gable roof. Now please look at the second picture down, supplied by the owners. From the triangle, not the facade that sticks out where my arrows are. From the triangle, the top of the triangle is the peak of the dominant ridge used for measuring, just like in the example below. The owner's measurement was taken from this peak to the eaves, and the halfway point is reported as a mean height of 8.87 meters, just under the 9-meter maximum. Notice the slope in this diagram. And we have already determined that the lake is the front of the property. So to stay consistent with the CPP bylaw measuring practices and consistent with figure 5.2, that triangle needs to be at the front, lakeside facing portion of the house, and the length and the dominant ridge should be the side. That would mean the ridge goes up the hill on the lot. But the owners have rotated the proposed cottage on the lot, making the side the front, making the long, dominant ridge run parallel to the shore and visible from the lake. This is what is called the wall effect. It replaces the natural treed shoreline with a massive 3-tier wall of glass and siding. Based on their rendering, I have extrapolated the actual height of the peak of the cottage to be approximately 11.1 meters, or probably higher. From a boat or a neighboring cottage, no one sees the mean height of 8.87 meters. And because this property slopes to the lake and includes a walkout basement, the actual vertical height seen from the water could easily exceed 13 to 14 meters, completely bypassing the reason for height restrictions in the first place. The Huntsville official plan and the principles for the CPP system are explicitly clear. Development must protect the visual, environmental, and ecological integrity of our shorelines. The official plan mandates it. Section 7.212 states that new structures must blend into the landscape and be low profile, and that the build form and coverage should be limited in size and in keeping with the surrounding area, not dominate it, like this proposal would. And Section 8.2.11 states to protect the rural character, the building should not dominate the natural landscape, and visual impact should be minimized. The Lake Vernon Association was founded by my father back in 1970, and he was its first vice president. My husband is the current treasurer. Being good stewards of the lake is in our blood. The policies of the LVA plan coincide with those of the official plan. Peter Smith, the representative for the Lake Vernon Association and a reputable builder in town, agrees that doubling the lot coverage would be excessive given the 3-story design, and he agrees with disapproving this. Here are the photos of the beautiful natural shoreline in our bay. This quiet, low-density character is one of Lake Vernon's defining qualities. Residents and tourists alike are drawn to Huntsville because our small lakes offer something increasingly rare: peace, quiet, and natural, unspoiled waterfront landscapes. A few friends on the lake have moved here from Lake Rosso and Lake Muskoka to avoid just this overdevelopment and bigger is better attitude. The town's official plan, which the council upholds, recognizes the importance of protecting these qualities.
Mark,
In closing,
okay, sorry.
In closing, the community planning permit system and the WR1 precinct were specifically designed to protect the character of rural communities like ours and to prevent dominant structures from ruining the lake's character, and is the reason why maximums were put in place in the first place. This applicant isn't asking for a slight footprint expansion. An increase in the primary lot coverage to 10% and then using every inch of it is excessive enough. But combining that with a 3-tier walkout face on a slope with an 11.1 meter ridge is an environmental and visual disaster for this shoreline. Approving this application as it stands establishes a dangerous precedent for Lake Vernon, and it weakens the intent of the CPP and the official plan by signaling that the 5% primary dwelling coverage limit is optional. Under the CPP system, council can deny or alter a design if it violates the intent of the W1 precinct. On these grounds, we respectfully ask that council deny this application and suggest the following resolution. 1. In the spirit of finding a balanced outcome, we propose a reduction in the proposed 100% primary lot coverage increase to a more modest increase up to 50%. Height. This applicant is tricking us into thinking a mean height average of 8.87 is the actual height of this cottage and under the 9-meter maximum, but it is not. It is over 11 meters. If they want the dominant ridge to run parallel with the shoreline, then the CPP bylaw height maximum of 9 meters should be strictly adhered to, and the dominant ridge should not exceed it. And 3, request a drainage plan that solves the pre-existing backlot problem before our build can start. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for that. That's, thank you. All right, we have another deputation from Liz and Alan Gary, and here we go. Welcome, Liz.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair Alcock and councillors and staff. I'm Liz Gary. I have a nearby property to the 23 Tipper Lane, and I'm going to touch on a couple of themes that I had from my written objection and comments provided on the 28th of May. Some will overlap, of course, with Marg, but they are important, I think, to the neighborhood. So the 3 themes are excess, not in line with the neighborhood, and pickleball noise on the sports court, if it goes ahead with that. So excess, when is it too much? In this case, the variance, as noted there, is 5 to 10%. It isn't someone asking for 5, 10, 15, 20% to finish kind of their dream. It's actually doubling and 100%. The additional buildings as well seem to go to ceilings allowed for those structures. So I tried to put myself in the position of the applicant. What would this be needed for? The doubling of size. Is it for guests? Is it for cars, for boats, for recreational spaces? And as you've heard, all of those things are covered with adjacent structures of the boathouse, dryland boathouse, the extra garage, the extra cottage, which should satisfy that. So in in my opinion, it's a fairly imposing structure. And the community planning permit in 22 clearly reduced the waterfront lot coverage for new builds to the 5%. And one of the reasons, as Marg also said, was the size and reducing the size and visual impact of large waterfront homes to preserve the shoreline character. So I don't see what planning circumstance could justify doubling this building footprint. Neighborhood character, I'm feeling it's not keeping with it. This is not just a large house, but additional buildings. It creates built and hard surfaces, landscaping, rather than maintaining something in a more natural state. I've been in that area as well, 65 years. I was at a recent AGM meeting at Camp Twingo, and I was reminded of their 270 acres of beautiful natural land, and where kids are going for that natural experience and not going to, as the president of the LVA stated, they're not going to learn wakeboarding and that type of thing. They're out in their canoes enjoying the area. And the homes along the waterfront to my place, which is very modest, to me have retained an overall character, even though some individual properties have seen additions, renovations, and redevelopment. But there is still an overall characteristic that is much more natural with modest buildings, as I mentioned, my own. And then lastly, pickleball noise, the sports court, it was more pronounced, I think, in the first application, but definitely there have been a number of studies, and I'm taking my information from a CTV news report for a similar sized town where you have pickleball placed in a residential area. The noise is repetitive, high-pitched, and can go on for quite a period of time. I feel it would be amplified across the water, and that you may be inundated with noise complaints if you went ahead with something like this. Noise-reducing panels are ineffective. The proposed vegetation, which is also proven to be fairly ineffective. There are no sound-reducing balls or paddles at the moment either, so those are other thoughts, but at the moment it doesn't look like an effective solution. So overall, I would say the Glovers were provided the objections on the 28th on the Class 2 approval. I did not feel that there was a substantive change to what they originally submitted, 4 meters reduction on the dryland boathouse, second shoreline path, which maybe shouldn't have been asked for to begin with, but really not listening to the other 7 letters that were put in. We have 2 presenters, so I'm going to invite Alan.
Okay, just to give you an idea, Alan, you have 4 minutes and 50 seconds left.
Okay. Won't need
5
that
minutes.
Good morning, Madam Chair, councillor members, Planning Committee. My name is Alan Gary, and I'm speaking today as an official delegate regarding the development proposal, 23-foot Tipper Lane, and I'm formally requesting that this committee exercise its statutory authority to reclassify this application from a Class 2 staff variation to a Class 3 council decision, and to halt further progression until a peer-reviewed environmental impact study is submitted. What we are looking at is not a standard waterfront residential expansion. The proposal outlines a massive, high-density, multi-structure compound. Leaving a project of this scale to be decided by staff behind closed doors strips the public of oversight and ignores severe cumulative environmental risks. There's a mathematical illusion. The applicant will argue that their total lot coverage is only 4.6%. And if you do the math, that's true. But it sits technically under our 5% baseline limit. But that number is a mathematical illusion. They're achieving that by averaging the footprint across the entire property, artificially diluting the math by including a 90-meter buffer zone and separate land behind a right-of-way that doesn't even face the lake. It's a suburban-style compound. When you look at where the actual development is happening, the density is extreme. The applicant has pocketed a main house, a main house with an attached garage, a detached three-car garage, a bunkie, a pickleball court, extensive patios, dryland boathouse. Every single one of these roofed structures legally counts towards coverage. By squeezing all of these buildings together in one tight cluster, they've effectively created a localized density footprint of about 10%. Slicing up a lot to mask an intense compound is a major deviation that demands a Class 3 committee oversight. The applicant may argue that keeping these structures 90 meters back from the water eliminates the environmental risk. The opposite is true. By clustering the boathouse, the house, the three-car garage, the pickleball court, all together outside the buffer, they're creating a massive contiguous blanket of completely impervious hard surfaces. So there's an environmental vacuum. As it stands in the public record, there has been no scientific review of how this site handles water, and no environmental assessment of how the compound impacts the site. So we're flying completely blind. When it rains or when the snow melts, torrents of unmanaged stormwater will rush off that pickleball court, the garage, and the sprawling roofs, and it will funnel downhill, pick up speed, and blow straight into an unstudied 90-meter buffer zone, causing severe erosion and carrying sediment directly into Lake Vernon. Without a formal, comprehensive environmental impact study, no one in this room can say how this massive upland drainage will damage the shoreline below it. As rapid runoff flows over lawns and driveways, it collects nutrients like phosphorus and transports them into Lake Vernon. These excess nutrients trigger nuisance aquatic plant growth and harmful algae blooms. Fast-moving water cuts deep gullies into the landscape, carrying heavy loads of sediment directly into the water. Sedimentation covers vital fish spawning beds, destroys the habitats of small aquatic creatures, and increases drinking water treatment costs. Lake Vernon watershed is highly susceptible to spring flooding, as we all know, due to the vast drainage area. By eliminating the property's ability to absorb rain, the rapid discharge overwhelms local drainage pathways, increasing the risk of structural flooding. And the water temperature increases. Rainwater absorbs heat from dark, man-made impervious surfaces. When this heated water discharges into the lake, it raises nearshore water temperatures, which stresses cold water fish species and alters the ecosystem.
Alan, if I may, I just want to let you know your time has run out, so if you could bring this sort
wrap
of
it up.
closer. Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
Conclusion. There's a danger of a precedent if you allow this multi-structure compound to slide through as a Class 2. And so I move or ask that members of this committee move for a motion today to elevate this application to a Class 3 permit deviation and mandate a comprehensive third-party environmental impact study before any approvals are considered. Decisions that concentrate this much density on a lake slope requires transparency, public input, political accountability. So I conclude. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the brevity at the end. I appreciate it. I know a time limit is brutal when it's such an important thing. But we certainly are paying attention and writing comments. So at this point, I am going to ask the applicant and the applicant's agent or the applicant's agent to come forward and speak to this application.
Good morning, Mayor, Chair, Council. My name is Melissa Markham. I did send in a presentation, if I would. Melissa Markham Planning Consultants, 1025 Rebecca Lane, Huntsville, Ontario, P1H 2J6. I'm here today on behalf of the owner of the subject property who is here with me. So I was retained following the submission of a Class 2 CPP application, and it was to review the application, attend a site visit, and provide planning justification for the application that you see here before you today. I'm here to provide an overview of the application, address comments from the neighboring property owners, and the owner and I'd like to just provide that we are in support of the recommendation by your staff here today for approval of the application. The purpose of the application, as you've heard, is to allow for the development of the subject lands. Relief's being sought to permit a maximum lot coverage of 10% for primary, where 5% is permitted, and 10% is permitted through the Class 2 staff variation process. The application, as you heard, was submitted as a Class 2 CPP as it fell within the parameters for that staff approval. Following the circulation of the application, as you heard, a number of public comments were received, and the application was then scheduled today as a Class 3 CPP. Following comments received, the owners did revise their plans to remove relief for a second access through the shoreline buffer and to reduce the size of the boathouse. On the slide here before you on the top left, it does show the outline of the subject lands as you did see through the staff presentation. I will also show you the plan which was submitted through my planning justification brief does outline the subject lands which are shown as a star. So the subject lands are part on that plan and some of the adjacent lands are to the north. And you can see that the right of way that some of the neighbors have talked about does go behind those other properties and they are within the ownership of these lands. So the subject lands do include that right of way and that portion to the back which is called as a back lot. They are irregular as they do contain developable area to the rear of some of those other portions. And the top, the photo shows, like I said, in relation to the size of the adjacent properties, the lands to the west are 0.49 and 0.59 hectares in lot area with approximately 46 meters of frontage, which is in keeping with the frontage of the subject lands. And the portion of the subject lands on the lake side of the right-of-way is 0.76 hectares. So it is below 1 hectare on the south side of that right-of-way. The photo to the right side of the slide is shown from the water of the subject lands, and it does identify that there are some slopes up to the rear of the property. This photo would also demonstrate that there is existing vegetation and the height of the trees which are in relation to some of the other development in this area. So these are the surrounding land. The photo to the top of the slide is showing the properties essentially to the west. There is a star showing the subject lands to the right side of that photo. There is a two-story structure that is directly adjacent, and one of the other structures beside that is hidden in the vegetation. The photo to the rear or the bottom of the slide once again shows the subject lands with a star, and you can see that the lands to the east are developed similarly in keeping with the proposed development that you have before you today, which is a two-story building with a walkout. As you can see, that dwelling is buffered by some vegetation. It is well below the tree canopy on this property. And once again, those are the lands directly adjacent to the subject property, being of the same height as what's being proposed through this application. The CPP includes criteria for variations of standards, and I won't go through all of them here today as they are included in the staff report. They were also included within the planning justification brief that I submitted with the application. And once again, staff have considered this criteria, and they are recommending approval of the application here before you today. In terms of the public comments that have been received with regards to the application, they did provide that the application is not minor. Once again, I'll provide that the application is a community planning permit. It isn't a minor variance application. The tests for the increase in lot coverage were addressed in the report and staffs, which demonstrate that the application meets the criteria in terms of impact on adjacent neighbors. The setbacks are being met, the height is being met of the dwelling. Once again, so that's the second comment, was the height of the dwelling and the visual impact. The photos I provided in the photos showed that the adjacent property is the same height essentially as the property that's being developed. So the dwelling is in keeping with the scale of the existing development on this area of the lake. One of the other comments was the number of accessory structures that are being provided on the property. The application does comply with the maximum number of enclosed roofed accessory structures. No relief is being sought for anything other than lot coverage through the application. One of the other comments that you heard was with regards to the sport court. The owners have provided that the sport court is going to be used for tennis. It is a permitted use, and the owners are providing a buffer of plantings along the right-of-way and towards the lake and towards the west side of the court. Once again, there are many uses in the waterfront area that generate noise. Sport court is a permitted use, and they are providing some buffers, plantings around it to buffer this noise. There were also comments that were made in the submitted submissions with regards to access and right-of-way. As you heard from staff, there's no change to any access across Tipper Lane on this portion of the property. No development is being proposed on this right-of-way. This will remain open for all people that are currently using Tipper Lane. It's our opinion and that of your staff that the application should be approved, as the application does comply with all the criteria for variations from standards. The owner and I are here if there are any questions with regards to the development. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Okay, so, oh, yes, you may, oh, sorry, my apologies. Over to you. You do have almost 4 minutes left. No, that's good.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Mayor and members of the council, and especially Madeline for and the town who had thoroughly reviewed our application, worked with us throughout this process to ensure that we can comply with CPP bylaws throughout the entire time. And we appreciate the recommendation to move forward with our application. So this property means a great deal to our family. As a status First Nations member, spending time in nature and by the water and sharing that appreciation with our children has been an important part of our lives. Huntsville has become a special place for our family, and our hope is to simply build an accessible, multi-generational home where our children, parents, and future grandchildren can continue to make memories together. We work closely with the town to ensure that the only issue that's before you today is to deal with lot coverage. We have a uniquely shaped lot. If we did not have the back lot attached to our waterfront precedent, we would not be here, and everything that we have proposed would be going through with a CPP class 1, because lots, as the Bennett's showed you from your bylaws, that are under 1 hectares are allowed a 10% lot coverage, which means the Bennett family would be allowed a 10% lot coverage for building on their property. We should be allocated the same capabilities. In perspective, the total land that we have is 1.35 hectares when you factor in the back lot. Our proposal that's going before you, although this whole like 5-10%, is actually so that we can build on less than 3.5% of our total land. If we had 5% coverage, it would actually only allow us a 1.75% total build. I actually built my career in the water quality industry. I have received an award from Dave Suzuki. I have been an advisor to the federal government around clean technologies to protect Canada and advocated for water quality throughout my life. So it has been difficult to sit there and listen to the comments that have been before you. But when you look at the facts, you look at the CPP bylaws and the efforts you guys are doing today to protect the water, we have done everything to avoid coming here today and comply with CPP bylaws. And consolidate our build into one structure. And our home is actually 2,200 square foot footprint, the same as the Bennett's, which is a 2,200 square foot footprint. We are attaching a lot of decking because we love the outdoors, and attaching a garage because actually from an environmental standpoint, consolidating is important. We also have spent a lot of time on our property to try to reduce the amount of trees we have to cut down, to put locate the appropriate location to, and with great advice from planners like Melissa. Steve, our architect, lives in the area. Our builder is from the area. Like, we love Huntsville. We can't wait to move here. It has been such a warm welcome to the neighborhood. My children are quite distraught. We were hoping we would live here. And we really appreciate that you can consider the unique shape of our lot and why we are before you. So really, the calculation for lot coverage 2 is only being done on 0.465 hectares of our 1.35 land, and that's where that 5% calculation is done. But really, that front portion is still under the 1 hectare. So if we could sever the back lot off, we would not be here, and we'd be through a CP class 1. So unfortunately, we are being disadvantaged due to our back lot, and we are trying to consolidate all of our build into one area, which is the most environmentally friendly thing to do. And I am hoping we can live in Huntsville. Thank you.
Thank you for that, and my apologies for not recognizing you right away. All right, so council, yes, Councillor Clark.
Thanks, Mayor Alcock. I have a few questions, I guess for Madeline or the plant or the applicant's agent.
Sorry, Councillor Clark. I was just going to say, if you wouldn't mind vacating your chair so that our planner could go back to her spot. Thank you, and my apologies, Councillor Clark.
Thank you.
Interrupting.
It was mentioned that there is a large home located at, I think it's 11 Tipper Lane, which is the adjacent property. So I'd like to know, how does the height at 11 Tipper compare to the applicant's proposal? And also, how many stories is the applicant's build classed under? To me, it appears to be a walkout basement with 2 stories, but I need some clarification.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. Unfortunately, I don't know the height of the dwelling that's on 11 Tipper Lane, so I wouldn't be able to provide you with that answer. I'm not sure if one of my colleagues could pull that up, but maybe we'll see. And in terms of, sorry, the second part of your question
Yeah, I just wondered how the, what is the applicant's build classed under as far as the number of stories? To me, it looks like a walkout with 2 stories, but I just wondered how we're classing it.
Thank you. Sorry. Thank you for that clarification. And through you, Madam Chair, that it would be a 2-story with a walkout basement.
Okay, council, any other, Councillor Morrison?
Thank you, Chair Alcock. I'm having a tough time figuring out a lot of stuff here. I think the applicant mentioned that they have the same footprint as a neighbor of 2,200 square feet, but when I look at 497 square meters, I think that translates to over 5,000 square feet. I don't know if that includes the garage and the guest house and all the other stuff that's being added. I'm all in favor of building the best family structure that you can to have as many people there. But when I look at the other lots, I think just from the picture that was shown, 11 Tipper does not look as high. It looks lower profile to the lake. And this lot appears that almost the entire lot is being covered with something. Like it's just being filled, where all the neighboring lots, regardless of the size of the house, still have a lot of stuff that isn't covered in garages and courts and everything else. So looking at the increase to 10%, it's when you look at from a class 1 to class 2 to class 3, it's described as significant. You know, it's not minor at all, as Melissa mentioned. And I just wonder, why is this needed? If I look at variances like this myself, if it's needed to provide a suitable home, this home's going to be huge. And the back lot thing doesn't really matter because the development is within the 90 meters. So that size doesn't matter. It's just what's there compared to the other neighbors. So I guess I want clarification on if they didn't have the back lot, would they be allowed 10%? And when we switched during the CPP from 10% to 5%, I'm sure there was a reason. And I want to know, why would we then go against that unless there was a real drastic reason?
If I may, Councillor Morrison, on the first item, the clarification around square footage, I think that is a little bit confusing. So I would love to hear the response on that, and then the other questions.
I can get started through you, Madam Chair. So the footprint that is listed for the dwelling is inclusive of the dwelling, attached decks, and the attached garage. So I believe, and maybe the owner or agent can clarify, but the 2,200 square feet that was referenced may just be with respect to livable area of the dwelling. But I can have you clarify.
Ms. Markham?
Through you, Mayor. Yes, that is correct, that the total lot coverage is with regards to the cottage, covered porches, and the garage. So that is what the owner was referring to, with the cottage removed from the remainder of those structures within the 90 meters, which are all included within that lot coverage.
Okay, do you want to follow up on that piece?
Yeah, so just a follow-up to that, that would lead me to believe that the garage and the living area and everything would add up to over 5,000 square feet, unless I've converted 497 square meters wrong.
Through you, Mayor, the footprint for the new cottage was, from what I can read here, my apologies, 220 square meters is the cottage footprint. I think the total that you're providing is, once again, the covered porches, the garage, and the cottage within that 90 meters.
And the garage doesn't have livable space that's included. All right, okay, Madeline's saying no, so, okay. All right, there was a second component to your inquiry, right?
Yeah, I think I just mentioned like that the height of 11 Tipper does not appear to be as high. It's like 2-story, more lower profile. And then of course, the fact that none of the lots around here are as full as this. When you look at the plan, it looks completely full. So I don't know if we're going from trying to get from 1,000 square foot cottage to a 2,000 square foot cottage and it fit the character and didn't fill the lot, then I think that's something I'd be in favor of. But when we're doubling the allowance and filling the lot, I'm not a fan of that. And I guess the last question was, is it true that if it was just that lot without the backland, would they be allowed 10% to Madeline?
I can see Madeline's kicking in there. All right.
Sorry, I just want to address that because I think that's really important, and through you, Madam Chair. So essentially, the CPP bylaw, the way that it's worded, and there was an amendment that made this change, was any lot that had existed prior to the passing of the bylaw, so prior to 2023, if it was under 1 hectare, so 4,000 square meters, it would be permitted a lot coverage of 10%, not 5%. The 5% was to capture large waterfront properties and essentially to reduce overdevelopment. So anything that would be below that 4,000 square meters, 5% was not enough for a sufficient build on those lots, is what we were finding. So that's why that amendment was brought forward and changed.
So that's pre-existing lots. So if the back lot was severed today, it would create a new lot and that lot wouldn't have that provision of being allowed 10%. Would that be correct?
Yes, if that lot was below that 4,000 square, well, no, because the lot wasn't in existence. Yeah, it would be a new lot. Yeah.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thanks, Chair. I'll got some clarification on the building size. So the cottage or the home itself is only 2,200 square feet. And the deck, how much of that square footage is now out of the 5,000 is actual decking? And how much is actually garage? So we could just break it down into the different buildings instead of one large size. I'd appreciate it if you could.
Yeah, through Mayor. And I would also like to provide that in the planning justification brief that I submitted, there were some different R plans, and that's the one that I showed in my presentation. As I provided, that part that's on the lake side of the right-of-way is 0.76 hectares. Based on the surveys that were provided, the area was approximately 0.96 hectares with the right-of-way and the lands until approximately 2000. So it appears that it was after the year 2000 that that portion of the backlands, as we've referred to as the back lot, was added. In 2000, these lots were less than 1 hectare. So whereas now they're above, up until 2000, they were below that. In terms of the breakdown for the lot, for the structures within 90 meters, there's the new cottage of 220, covered porches of over 140, and a garage of, I believe, 93 square meters. So the dwelling is essentially half of that area,
Right.
which would be the 5%. It is the covered porches and the garage, which make up the remainder of that, which are included within that 90.
Okay, before I'm looking at other councillors, just a quick question around the comments about the hard surfaces. And I do find that kind of interesting as to our intent. We always talk about renaturalization of a particular property after a build. And do we have requirements if there is a perceived amount of a large increase in the amount of hard surface area? So if you have pathways, are they all proposed to be hard surfaces? And if you include the sports court and driveway, I'm not sure actually what we've calculated as far as the addition of hard surfaces. And I think that actually is an interesting point.
Thank you for that. Through you, Madam Chair, there hasn't been a specific calculation done for hardened surfaces. However, it is understood that the applicants are proposing a pretty extensive landscape plan and will also have to renaturalize areas that have been disturbed through the construction process. So as part of, in addition to the shoreline buffer requiring renaturalization, there are other portions of the property where landscaping is being enhanced as well.
Okay, thank you. But we don't specifically look at an increase on the area that is now hard surface and impermeable.
That's correct.
Permeable.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. Right, council. You know what? Maybe one. Yeah, you. Yes.
Thank you. Just to respond to the previous question about the height of the neighboring building, it's 8.5 meters in height. So it's almost the same height as what's being proposed. Although it's still with the way the height of a building is measured, it's considered 8.5 meters. And the building that's being proposed.
This one is not. We don't consider this one being 11 meters. That's an interpretation. So, but before us, our staff are telling us that this particular application is meeting our requirements of, just for everybody to hear. Madeline?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. The height requirement is 9 meters. The applicants are not requesting an increase beyond 9 meters and would have to comply with that 9-meter height requirement.
Right. And the neighboring property is 8.5
under the same measurement, so not to the peak either. It's the halfway point.
Okay. That's an interest. So under the same measurements, not to the peak either. So both are being measured in the same way. So that's important. Okay, you know what? I will read this motion and then open it up one more time to questions. So I have a motion moved by Councillor Clark, seconded by Councillor Morrison. Be it resolved that Planning Council approve community planning permit application CPP 47 2026 HT, the purpose and effect of which is to permit the construction of a 467.5 square metered single detached dwelling, including an attached garage and covered porch, a detached 80 square metered one-story garage, detached 59 square metered private cabin, 20 square meter dry land boathouse, and a 67 square meter dock, and to provide relief from subsection 4.3.43 of Community Planning Permit Bylaw 2022-97 as amended, a Class 3 council variation to permit an increase in primary lot coverage from 5% to 10%. And further, that a Class 3 community planning permit be issued to authorize the above described development conditional on 1, the proposed development being undertaken in accordance with a community planning permit, including final approved plans and drawings and provisions for the restoration of the shoreline buffer. 2, all exterior lighting being dark sky compliant in accordance with the Town of Huntsville's outdoor lighting bylaw as amended. 3, appropriate erosion and sediment control measures must be installed prior to a commencement of any works and maintained until all disturbed areas have been stabilized. 4, all disturbed areas being stabilized and restored to existing conditions or better immediately upon completion of the works. That vegetation, including trees, shrubs, and natural woody ground cover, as outlined in the town's revegetation of shoreline buffers policy, will be established and maintained in a natural state to establish a shoreline buffer within 15 meters of the water's edge, as shown on the marked site plans, and that securities in the amount of $2,000 will be filed with the town upon execution of this permit to be held as a security to guarantee completion of shoreline buffer works in compliance with the marked site plans until such time that the town is satisfied that such work has been completed. Ooh, it's a long one. Okay, Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Chair Alcock. That was a long motion for you to read. This is one of the this is a type of application that comes to us on occasion where on paper and technically staff is doing the correct thing. They're saying that this can be approved. But it comes to us as council to look at it and say, does this really fit within the scope and the feel of that property? And my gut instinct says that this is too big for this property. And I understand that the piece of property, the way it's shaped, technically, yes, they can have this size as 10% coverage, but does it really fit with the rest of the shoreline? I just don't feel that it does. I think it is too big. So unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to vote in favor of this at this time.
All right, Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thank you, Chair Alcock. Just not to echo the same comments, but I think this type of structure is something you see on, Lake Joe, Lake Rosso, or on Muskoka Lake, right? They fit the character there. This doesn't fit the character of our lakes, I don't think, especially in that area of Vernon Lake, which is gorgeous. So I have to echo those sentiments, and I will not be approving this today.
Councillor Clark.
Thanks, Mayor Alcock, and I agree with some of the comments that I've heard. I'm not entirely comfortable with the size and density of the development either, and the lot coverage increase. Our planning department does support it, however. So I will say, I believe that we run the risk of the applicant appealing a negative decision at the Ontario Land Tribunal, and I believe they'd likely be successful there. And so the residents need to be aware of that fact, regardless of what's decided today. But I won't be supporting the application at this point either.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Morrison.
Yeah, I think I echo these comments, and I wonder if there might be a compromise that could be reached, something that could satisfy the neighbors, still allow these people to build a beautiful family home for them and their family. And then I think more of a process thing about the height. I know that there was a change made to make it more consistent, but I worry when it's measured where it's measured, it might depend on the pitch of the roof, what the visual impact will be to the lake. If it's a pitch like this, it's not the impact. If it's measured to the same height on a different pitch, the impact will be bigger. And I wonder if that's something that can be considered down the road through Manager Lasso and the rest of the crew through planning.
I appreciate all of those comments, and so in a minute, I'm maybe going to take a 5-minute recess just to ask staff if there's a way to further consider this, and not today, but whether it's a deferral or whatever, only because I think the way council may be going, I think Councillor Clark raises a very good point, and that is staff have proposed a recommended approval for this, and the residents who have made the deputation, as much as you have great information, often what happens if the applicant would be absolutely entitled to appeal this to the LPAT, and generally as a rule, the LPAT will go with the proposal. So probably no one is very happy about that. And if there is a way that we might have more consideration about what this application looks like, I think that might be a better course of action. So I think what I'd like to do is take a 5-minute break just to get input from staff on the next step. So we do have a decision. Before I call the vote, I just, a couple of comments I wanted to make about this, and that is, I recognize on the face of it, it looks like there's a lot of activity on this property. I get that. But at the face of it, we're talking about a dwelling that's 2,200 square feet. And when we make comparisons to other cottages on Lake Joe or Lake Rosso, they're like 10,000 square feet. This is 2,200 square feet is not a massive dwelling. I know the perception, the look of it. It looks like 3 stories or whatever, but it actually is 2,200 square feet, which I think is an average size for a dwelling. I just wanted to say the other thing I discovered in our break, that when I made reference to the pathways and the driveway, they are in fact being proposed as permeable surfaces. They're gravel, not hard surfaces. So I think I'm actually quite relieved to hear that, because and I thought it was a really interesting point that you raised about a mass of hard surface, but in fact it's not being proposed as such. So that's much better from an environmental perspective. And finally, the last thing, that there's going to be, as was in the motion, an extensive renaturalization plan for the whole property. So I just put it out there because for me, I think that's all very important before I call the vote. So with that, though, Council, I am going to call the vote. Yes, Councillor Morrison, comment.
Yeah, just a comment. So 220 square meters is the footprint, not the total square footage. So that's actually works out to 2,364 square feet per floor times 3. 7,100 square feet of living space would be the house, just to put it in perspective. And that, on top of that, you also have a guest cottage. So I'm not sure how many square feet that is. If it's 800, now you're up almost at 8,000 square feet of living space. That's excessive, in my opinion. So
I think your reference to the guest space, absolutely. And as I said, I totally understand when you look at the entire application, it does appear to be a lot of additional units, whatever, space. Yeah. Okay, appreciate that. I will call the question. All those in favor? All those opposed? And that's denied. Okay. Thank you, everybody, for the discussion. Just saying denied. And then lunch. Okay. All right. So, Council, we're doing one more application and then we're breaking for lunch. So we are going to report number development 2026-68 CPP 171-2025 HT, Schultzke at 41 Ascot Lane, and Kelsey's here with this report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, the property is located at 41 Ascot Lane. A Class 3 CPP is, the property is within the waterfront designation of the official plan and within the waterfront residential 60-meter precinct with natural constraint 1 and flood overlay. A Class 3 community planning permit is required to permit the proposed development, which consists of a flood-proofed 94 square meter, 2-story single detached dwelling with an attached porch, together with relief for several development standards, including to permit development within the flood zone overlay, permit development on an existing lot of record serviced by private services on a lot with a lot area of 971 square meters, reduce the rear yard setback from 10 meters to 8.5 meters for the proposed dwelling. So you can see that back here. And then reduce the required setback from 10 meters to 7.4 meters from the proposed attached porch, which is also on this side. And then also reduce the required southern interior side yard setback from 6 meters to 3 meters for the proposed dwelling, which is on the south side here. According to the District of Muskoka's Hatch floodplain mapping, the entirety of the property is located within the Muskoka River floodway, which is characterized by flood depths and flow velocities that compose significant risks to public safety and property. The community planning permit bylaw generally prohibits development within the floodplain, permitting only limited exceptions for minor additions to existing development. As the subject property is vacant and proposes a new habitable dwelling, a Class 3 community planning permit is required. A lot grading plan, as you see in front of you, or a portion of what you see in front of you, was submitted demonstrating that the doors, windows, and other openings to habitable areas will be located above the regulatory flood elevation. However, the application does not include sufficient information regarding the proposed floodproofing measures, the building's ability to withstand hydrostatic pressures associated with flooding, and impacts of grading on flood storage capacity and adjacent properties, and whether safe access and egress can be provided in a flood event. From a natural heritage perspective, the proposed dwelling is set back 30 meters from the shoreline, which is considered sufficient to protect the identified type 1 fish habitat and mitigate potential environmental impacts. The proposal is generally compatible with the surrounding area, which is categorized by low-density residential development. However, compatibility and this alone do not address the significant flood hazard constraints affecting the property. As noted, the property is currently vacant, except for there's a shed and 2 decks, meaning no life or property is presently at risk from the identified flood hazard. In its undeveloped state, the property also does not contribute or aggravate flooding conditions of neighboring lands. The proposed development would introduce new flood risks to life and property without demonstrating that these risks have been adequately mitigated through appropriate flood-proofing measures. As noted, the application has not assessed the potential impact of grading and fill on flood storage capacity and the potential for increased flooding on adjacent properties. There has also not been an evaluation of whether safe flood-free access to the property can be maintained, taking into consideration the flood depths and velocities that would be experienced during a regulatory flood event. As a result, it has not been demonstrated that the proposed building can be safely accommodated within the floodway and that flood-related risks have been appropriately mitigated. The official plan addresses flood hazards and establishes development requirements for lands subject to flooding along rivers, streams, and lakes. It states that new development and site alteration are not permitted below the regulatory flood elevation, except for minor additions. The OP further notes that the town will continue to update floodplain mapping and incorporate available engineering data and flood hazard information into its hazard land mapping and implementing into bylaws. Based on the Hatch mapping, the regulatory flood elevation is 277.68 at mean sea level. As noted, the entirety of the property, as well as portions of Ascot Lane that provide access, are below this level. And to note that the property is vacant with the exception of these developments shown. As such, the development within the floodway would not be conform to the official plan. The application was circulated in accordance with the Community Planning Permit Bylaw and the Planning Act. A letter of support was received from the abutting neighbor to the south that talked about the reduced setback and that they were okay with that. And that was provided after the agenda was posted via email. The district provided comments that were included in attachment 4. District staff reviewed the application and do not support the proposal, noting that both the property and portions of the access are located within the floodway and that no habitable development within the floodways are permitted under provincial and district policies. In summary, with insufficient technical information and development wholly within the floodway, the proposal would not meet the applicable criteria under the Community Planning Permit Bylaw or be consistent with the official plan or provincial policy statement, and therefore we are recommending denial. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Kelsey. I believe the applicant is here, or agent, if you'd like to come forward and speak to the application, that'd be great.
Hello, thanks. Yeah, thanks for taking the time to hear our request today. The property in question has been in our family for more than 60 years. It was first owned by my grandmother and later by my mother. And over those 6 decades, they faithfully paid their taxes on it and cared for the property, but were never in a position financially to build on it. In the meantime, the surrounding properties have all been developed with modest cottages and homes, and our lots remain one of the few vacant ones there. During the pandemic, my wife and I and our children visited the property for the first time and fell in love with it, and we immediately began to imagine creating a place where a family could gather for generations to come. Our extended family discussed building something together, but not everyone was in a position to contribute financially. And as my parents have grown older, we also want to ensure the property stays with our family. And with the support of my parents and 5 siblings, my wife and I purchased the property from my mother with hopes of building a modest home, a place where we could spend time with our children today and perhaps retire to one day. So from the very beginning, we wanted to do everything properly. Before making significant financial commitments, we met with town staff to understand the process. And based on those conversations, we were very encouraged and believed that if we followed the steps, the required steps, that approval would be achievable. And as the process unfolded, however, it seemed to be additional requirements introduced, and it became more complex than we had anticipated, but we didn't complain. We just, kept moving forward. We continued to move forward in good faith and, commissioned a survey and purchased shore road allowance, which initially we were told that we could bring this application forward without having a, and by the way, the picture showed us without the shore road allowance, but we have purchased that. But we were told initially we could submit a plan and with a promise to purchase shore road allowance afterwards, but then that apparently wasn't the case either. So anyhow, we did the survey, the shore road allowance, professional building plans, which we were also told, you could hand write, draw. I don't know how this all came out that way, but completed a topographical survey. It met every requirement to this point. I know there's a lot of things that are outstanding, which we're still, willing to complete. At every stage, we've acted based on the understanding that completing these would, bring us closer to approval. And we recognize and respect the concerns surrounding development in a floodplain, public safety, and environmental issues. They're important to us as well, and we're not asking for it to be ignored, but we're asking for the opportunity to address them responsibly. We're prepared to comply with whatever reasonable conditions or engineering requirements are necessary to ensure the home is built safely and in a manner that protects the surrounding environment. Again, it's not a large development. It's not a commercial project. It's a small, modest home, surrounded by existing homes and cottages that are there. We simply hope to enjoy the same opportunity that our neighbors have had and to become part of this community while, respecting the character and natural beauty that makes this area so special. So we've also been encouraged by the support we received from the neighbors there who understand our intentions and support our application. For us, this property represents more than just a piece of land. It's represents 3 generations of family history and a hope of creating memories for generations to come. We've invested savings and our time and our trust in the process because we genuinely believe that if we did everything, and we were told that if we do it, that we would have the opportunity to build. And today we're asking council to give our family that opportunity. So I appreciate your time and your consideration with the matter.
Thank you for that. So I do have a motion, and I am going to read it, and then I'll open it up to council. It has been moved by Councillor Renwick, seconded by Councillor Cluche. Be it resolved that Planning Council deny Community Planning Permit Application CPP 171-2025 HT, the purpose and effect of which is to provide relief from subsections 2.7.1, G 4.3.4, 6, and 9, and 4.13.8 of the Community Planning Permit Bylaw 2022-97, as amended, a Class 3 variation to 1, permit development within a flood zone overlay. 2, permit development on an existing lot of record serviced by private services with a lot area of 971 square meters. Reduce the required rear yard setback 10 meters to 8.5 meters for the proposed dwelling. Reduce the required rear yard setback from 10 meters to 7.4 meters for the proposed detached porch, and reduce the required southern interior side yard setback from 6 meters to 3 meters for the proposed dwelling, all to permit the construction of a flood-proof 94 square meter, 2-story, single detached dwelling with an attached porch. Council. Questions? Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Chair Alcock, and thank you for the presentation. I guess my question is, if you're looking at the map, I'm looking at the map, and I see homes all along the north branch of the Muskoka River. So how are other places, how have they been able to build in that flood zone? And if this applicant is being denied not to be able to build there, so could you explain why or how that's happened?
Kelsey.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so as I noted in my report, there has been the floodplain mapping, and as we get this updated information from reports and engineers, it's incumbent on us to enforce that in our policy. So it may have been so that the previous development got a site-specific exception to develop in the floodplain, or they predated those regulations. So that's often the case, and as we are aware of new information about floodplains that we have to enforce, so that was probably the case.
Deputy Mayor Armour? Oh, sorry. I'm imagining.
Sure.
I'm imagining.
Thank you, Chair. I don't really have specific questions. Councillor Renwick really, hit the nail on the head here. I think that there's already buildings all around this building, and I think if he's willing to build a flood-proof building, I would imagine you want to save your investment. So, I'd like to actually change the denial to approval.
Okay, thank you for that. We do, as a matter of fact, have a couple of options as if need be, but I think I'm hearing that it might need be. It might need be. The one option would be to substitute the denial with provisionally approve. Just saying that. Council, any other comments? No? Deputy Mayor Armour, are you suggesting that that amendment be put forward?
Yes, Chair.
Yep, okay. Then I will read that amendment. Okay. I'm just wondering, do I substitute motion for the following planning? Okay. All right, so I need to read the whole, okay. Apparently I need, okay, so I have a motion moved by Deputy Mayor Armour, and I need a seconder. Seconded by Councillor Renwick. Be it resolved that Planning Council substitutes motion development 2026-68 CPP 171-2025 HT Schultzke 41 Ascot Lane for the following. Be it resolved that Planning Council provisionally approve Community Planning Permit Application CPP 171-2025 HT, purpose and effect of which is to provide relief from subsections 2.7.1G, 4.3.4, 6, and 9, and 4.13.18 of the Community Planning Permit Bylaw 2022-97, as amended, a Class 3 variation to permit development within a flood zone overlay, 2, permit development on an existing lot of record serviced by private services with a lot area of 971 square meters, reduce the required rear yard setback 10 meters to 8.5 for the proposed dwelling, reduce the required rear yard setback from 10.5 10 meters to 7.4 meters for the proposed detached porch, and reduce the required southern interior side yard setback from 6 meters to 3 meters for the proposed dwelling, all to permit the construction of flood-proof 94 square meter, 2-story single detached dwelling and with attached porch. Whew. Comments or questions? Council, yeah.
Apologies, Madam Chair. There's just further conditions that
Oh,
we've
there
also
are further,
drafted.
conditional on, and I can't waive it. I apologize. Well, can I waive it if I just? So, I think council would appreciate the fact if I asked them to waive the reading. There is a whole lot of conditional on, unless you would like me to read it. No, okay, good. You know what? I think I will read it. Just because it was, I think, anyway, I'm going to read it. Conditional on a flood hazard report being prepared by a qualified professional and submitted to the satisfaction of the town of Huntsville. The report shall address the proposed engineered floodproofing measures, demonstrate that the structure can withstand hydrostatic pressures associated with a flood event, assess the impacts of the proposed grading on flood storage capacity and adjacent properties, and confirm that safe access is available for both vehicles and pedestrians during flood conditions. The owner updating plans and drawings to the satisfaction of the town of Huntsville, and the owner confirming all openings in all habitable buildings and structures be located above the regulatory flood elevation for the abutting portion of the Muskoka River, being geodetic elevation 277.67 meters AMSL. And further, that upon the conditions of provisional approval being fulfilled in accordance with subsection 1.17 of the Community Planning Permit Bylaw 2022-97 as amended, a Class 3 Community Planning Permit be issued to authorize the above described development conditional on the proposed development being undertaken in accordance with the Community Planning Permit, including final approved plans and drawings, actions and recommendations of the final approved flood hazard report being implemented, all exterior lighting being dark sky compliant in accordance with the Town of Huntsville outdoor lighting bylaws amended from time to time. Appropriate erosion and sediment control measures must be installed prior to commencement of any works and maintained until all disturbed areas have been stabilized, and all disturbed areas being stabilized and restored to existing conditions or better immediately upon completion of the works. Questions or comments? And I have read the whole thing now. Have I? Yes. Okay. Deputy Mayor Armour.
Yes, could someone explain what condition 1 is? Then
The flood hazard
the flood
report.
hazard
Report
professional
being
report. So I just,
I am going to ask Kelsey if you would, unless you want me to defer to.
I can try to answer, and then if Richard wants to say anything else. Yeah, so flood hazard report is standard for any development within the floodplain. We didn't get this information prior. So there's standards beyond things being openings being above the regulatory flood elevation, and given that this is a river, like the speed in which floodwater moves and the depth is especially risky. So we want to ensure that those risks are being mitigated. So that's what the intention of the report would be. And then also when you're grading to elevate the development, that grading might have impacts on the abutting lands. So because you're filling in places, it might mean that floodwaters are going to the other property. So we also want to ensure that that's not happening, as well as safe access if there is an emergency. So that's the intention of that report.
Okay. Okay, appreciate that. All right, thank you. All right, are there any other questions with Manager Clark?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just feel one thing I should point out is the other option that council could entertain is a deferral, conditional or The deferral being to postpone until such a study is done, to give you more information and comfort level that the development is feasible. So that's our concern on this property, is when you have a property that's completely in the floodplain, and we're talking about the floodplain of a river system, not a lake system, some of the hazards, they're going to be greater, as Kelsey pointed out. So one thing from a hazard perspective is the velocity of flows. So this study that we're going to be asking to be done, the reason we asked for it beforehand is the flood velocities could be too great for people to safely be able to walk on that property, or for vehicles to be able to not be moved down the river. Those kind of things could happen in a riverine flood situation. The other thing that can happen in a situation like this is there is a requirement that whatever you do on your land isn't going to worsen flooding on your neighboring lands. So when we're looking at a property that's this small, that has, it's constrained in nature, one of the things that a flood hazard assessment is going to recommend is that they offset any potential flood storage reductions so as not to have impacts on neighboring properties by doing some grading on site. So they basically would recommend that a cut, or basically almost like a depression, would be put on the property to allow for flood storage so you wouldn't impact the neighbors. So if you're right now approving a development with a certain size dwelling, you're not really giving yourselves a chance to figure out what the outcomes of this study are. And it may be better, and this is why we always suggest in a situation like this, that you do this type of work first, because it's kind of fundamental to figure out the feasibility of the development. So that, I just wanted to point that out, is that's another option for council to entertain. It could be that if you're going to end up at the same outcome, but it might be the more appropriate approach.
Very much appreciate those comments. And yes, you'd like to respond to that?
Yes. The neighboring property was actually vacant for decades because there was a fire, and so there's been no structure there. And they have recently built a brand new home there within the last 2 years. So unless this requirement is, came about within the last year, I don't see how it could not, be permitted to build there, because the home right next to us was built on a vacant structure, one that had previously a home,
Okay.
but it had burned down decades ago.
Okay, appreciate that. And I'm going to ask our planner to respond to that new home and how they received approval.
Yeah, thank you for the comment. There's some non-conforming or non-complying rights. So if it was burnt down and they could rebuild within a certain amount of time and it's above the flood proofed, in some cases that would be the case. I'm not 100% sure if that was the case, but that's often what's done other places, but maybe.
Okay, and I see our director wants to jump in here to add to this.
That property was subject to a previous planning approval, I believe, not this past term of council.
Okay, so it was subject, I'm not sure if everybody heard that, it was subject to a previous planning approval, maybe not this council, but the previous one. Having said that, it does appear to be a little bit inconsistent. So, Councillor Clark.
Thanks, Mayor Alcock. Can we not give an approval conditional on a satisfactory report, as opposed to having the applicant come back again? I mean, the report could be satisfactory to the planning department. I just don't want to see the applicant slow down, wait for the report, and then have to come back here again. That seems onerous to me.
Councillor Clark, that in fact is what we're doing in this substitution, because the first condition is a flood hazard report prepared by a qualified professional and submitted to the satisfaction of the town.
Perfect, and that's
So
what I thought.
I think that kind of satisfies, and I agree with you completely on that. I would hate to see the applicant come back. So just my view. Am I going back to you, Deputy Mayor Armour?
Thanks, Chair. Just a very quick one. I don't know if anybody can answer this. Is there a difference in a flood evaluation for a year-round home versus a seasonal residence? Or is it just the same? The same? Okay, thanks for that.
Are there any other comments or, okay, so I have read this very long motion to substitute. So I am going to call the question. All those in favor? And that passes unanimously. So I need to sign it. Thank you. And now I have to read the main motion as substituted. And I need a mover, Deputy Mayor Armour. And a seconder, Fitzgerald, Councillor Fitzgerald. Okay, sorry, wasn't ignoring you. Do I need to read this because we've already read it? We've already voted. So I'm, all those in favor of the main motion to approve. All right, as amended. That was the word I wanted. Thank you. As substituted. Thank you. I'm getting tired. Thank you. And that carried unanimously. Thank you very much. And with that, Council, we are taking a lunch break until 1:30. Is that what did we say in the?
You need 30 minutes.
30 minutes. So 1:15, we will reconvene. Okay, everybody, welcome back. I think we were a little longer than our half hour, but there you go. So we're back and we're under reports from municipal officers, and we're going to 6.3, report number Development 2026-67, CPP 3726, HDE, Mastriolo, 3545 South Portage Road, and we have Kelsey to take over from here.
Great, thank you so much, Madam Chair. The subject property is located at 3545 South Portage Road. The property is within the waterfront designation in the official plan and is within the flood zone precinct and waterfront backlot precinct with natural constraint 1, 2, and flood overlay. A community planning permit is required to permit the development, which consists of a 31 square meter, 2-story addition to connect the existing single detached dwelling and detached garage, together with relief from several development standards. And those are listed on the screen in front of you, but I'll read them out. So the requested relief includes permitting development within 30 meters of a natural heritage feature and area, including type 1 fish habitat, type 2 fish habitat, Muskoka heritage areas and site, and wetland. Reduce the setback from a cold water lake from 30 meters to 17 meters. Reduce the front yard setback requirement from 20 meters to 17 meters. And reduce the eastern interior side yard setback from 5 meters to 6 meters to 5 meters, sorry. So that's on this side. And then there's a reduction to the setback here. So the application proposes a 35% increase in the floor area to the existing dwelling through the new addition, as well as a conversion of the ground floor of the existing detached garage into habitable space, including 2 bedrooms. Together, these changes would result in an approximately 55.5 increase in habitable floor area within the floodplain and the creation of 3 new bedrooms. A flood hazard report was prepared to assess the flood-related risks and potential offsite impacts. The report concluded that the proposed addition and detached garage renovations will be designed in accordance with applicable standards and will maintain safe access during flood events. It further indicates that the foundation will be engineered to address potential skirt from wave action, and that all habitable spaces will be located above the static flood elevation, with appropriate protections from wave uprush. These conclusions were based on the reduced regulatory flood elevation of 316.20 above mean sea level, which reflects the modified wave uprush derived from a floodline evaluation study prepared by Gamby and Manero in 2002. Based on the proposed design and associated floodproofing measures, the report concludes that the development will not create new hazards or exacerbate the existing flood-related impacts. However, the CPP bylaw only permits minor additions within the flood zone overlay, which are defined as additions with that increase the floor area by no more than 10%. While the flood engineering report was submitted and concludes this proposed additions will be flood-proofed, staff are of the opinion that the scale of proposed development significantly exceeds what is reasonably considered as a minor addition. The town official plan also only permits minor expansions of existing legal non-conforming development within hazard lands. Staff are of the opinion that the overall increase is approximately 55.5% in habitable floor area does not represent this minor expansion, and it does not maintain the intent of the official plan or the community planning permit bylaw. Similarly, the provincial policy statement, provincial planning statement directs development away from hazard lands unless the risks are minor and can be appropriately mitigated. So it's not considered minor. The application was circulated in accordance with the community planning permit and to the plan, as well as the Planning Act and to the Lake Bays Association. No public comments were received. The building department did confirm that a septic expansion would be needed for the addition. We also circulated this to the Muskoka Conservancy because there is a conservation easement on the lands. We didn't receive any comments back. The district provided comments after the posting of the agenda, and they were emailed to council prior to this meeting. District staff recommend that the application be denied. Their comments outlined that the Muskoka official plan and provincial planning statement policies do not permit development or site alteration within the floodplain except for minor expansions. The comment notes that these intended policies are to minimize further risk to human health and infrastructure associated with flood hazard. District staff consider this application exceeds the threshold for minor addition. In summary, while technical reports indicate that flood-proofing measures may be possible, and environmental impacts can be mitigated, staff are not satisfied that the proposal would consist of a minor addition or address the flood constraints on the property. Therefore, staff are of the opinion that it does not meet the CPP or the provincial planning statement, and we're recommending denial. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Kelsey. I believe the applicant's agent is here and would like to speak to this application. Okay.
Yeah, good afternoon, Madam Chair, Council, Lanny Dennis Planning, Box 254, Nova, Ontario, P0A1R0. I represent the owner, Mr. Mastorello, who's in the first row of the gallery. Dan Duke is here from Duke Engineering as well, the author of the floodplain report. In addition to the floodplain report, an updated ecological report was also prepared and submitted with the application. A pre-consultation meeting did occur with staff. As a result of that meeting, the proposal was revised as follows. We removed a 359 square foot addition at the front of the cottage that encroached on the conservation easement and the shoreline setback, so that's been taken off. The size of the connecting addition that's in question was reduced from 449 square feet to 329 square feet. And we also removed a 281 square foot storage addition as well. This resulted in a 70% reduction from what was originally proposed in a total footprint area going from 1,085 square feet down to the connecting addition, which is 329 square feet. I appreciate the efforts of staff bringing the application forward. I just wanted to provide my merits of the proposal. After reviewing the staff report, it appears that the criteria 3, 4, and a portion of 5, referring to off-site impacts, compatibility, and OP conformity, respectively, appears to have been addressed when reviewing a Class 3 permit application. The merits of the proposal. The term minor. The town CPP bylaw tops out at a maximum of 10%, but there are no numerical values in the town district OP or the PPS. So an increase can be considered without creating an OP conformity issue, as we know, as each property is based on its own site-specific circumstances. It's also minor. It's a modest addition. It's 31 square meter footprint, which is 329 square feet. Certainly substantially less than perhaps what was proposed on some of the other applications earlier today. The garage and dwelling already exist. The footprint, the only footprint change is the connecting part. When taken into comparison with the existing structures, it's an increase of about 21% when you look at the footprint, not the 55%. In the context of the Township of Lake Bay's CPP bylaw, they actually allow a 25% increase, and that's what they consider minor. The property's on the same lake in Lake Bay's. The second story is well above the floodplain, and the second story, in my opinion, should not be included in the minor addition calculations. I think the idea there is that it's the catchment area and the water that's being displaced. So I'm not sure why the GFA or second story would be included in the calculations. But more importantly, the floodplain report identifies that with the revised wave uprush, which policy allows us to do, the intended development is above the static flood elevation, which is 315.84 meters, but subject to the wave uprush. But the report identifies that the area that's non-habitable space will be flood-proofed, and that would be flood-proof to the 316.20 ASL. The access already exists down the existing driveway and off the year-round municipally maintained road. I don't believe by putting an addition on here that we're exacerbating that situation. There would be 0.1% increase in lot coverage coming in at 0.52%, well under the maximum 10% for a primary residence, reflecting that this is indeed a minor addition. The property is located on an inland lake system and not a river system, where the floodwaters rise slowly and recede slowly. Doesn't have near the flow velocity that you would on a river system. With respect to the overall, in my mind, there would be limited impacts. We're actually utilizing an existing disturbed area and the buildings, for the most part, to increase the usability of the cottage. There's limited impacts on the natural heritage features. The conservation easement remains intact. There's limited visual impacts. I think that was identified or discussed in the town staff's report as well. It's a low-profile structure and certainly not above the tree line. It reflects the character of the area. It has a large frontage and area. The lot can quite comfortably accommodate the minor change. The addition allows for the full recreational enjoyment of the waterfront for a growing family, allows more usability of the recreational resource. The cottage addition is coming no closer than the existing cottage, and in fact, it's further back. The owner has indicated that the lot is never flooded. There's been recent approvals up and down University Avenue, and there are existing development up and down University Avenue, which is immediately to the east of the property, and I think there's been an approval and construction within the last couple of years. Just a note, should committee look upon this favorably, we are amenable to the option contained in the staff report. The one item I just wanted to touch briefly on, because we're respectful of the conservation easement that's on this property, we're just wondering why we'd have to go back and have a chat with the Muskoka Conservancy if we're not offending that easement, and there was a circulation already sent to them as well, and they didn't comment. So the idea is that the development remains in the envelope that was identified many years ago for development, and the balance of the lot will remain in a conservation easement. To that end, I would respectfully request committee approve the application. Thanks.
Thank you for that, Lanny. All right, committee, I do have a motion, and I will read it. It has been moved by Deputy Mayor Armour, seconded by Councillor Morrison. Be it resolved that Planning Council deny community planning permit application CPP 37-2026 HT, the purpose and effect of which is to provide relief from subsections 2.15.7 A, 4.3.4, 4 and 5, and 4.13.8 of Community Planning Permit Bylaw 2022-97 as amended, a Class 3 variation to permit development within a flood zone precinct and the flood overlay, permit development within 30 meters of natural heritage area or feature, Type 1 and Type 2 fish habitat, Muskoka heritage areas and site and wetland, And 3, reduce the setback from a cold water lake from 30 meters to 17 meters. 4, reduce the front yard setback requirement from 20 meters to 17 meters. And 5, reduce the eastern interior setback requirement from 6 meters to 5 meters. Council, are there comments or, yes, Councillor Clark.
Thanks, Mayor Alcock. How long has the applicant lived at the property? And just for clarification, I think, Lanny, you said that the property's never flooded during his residency.
Dan, do you mind coming forward? Yeah, I'm supposed to be asking you that, and I'm falling down in my duties. Where's Chair Stone when we need him? He's watching. I can hear his voice now. Oh my
Okay, so Dan Duke, Duke Engineering, 133 Highway 60. We got evicted from our last place, so I don't know the postal code where I am now, but other than that. So in terms of the question about whether that building, the existing buildings have flooded, there's a remote gauge on Lake Abays, and it's a Government of Canada gauge. It reads the water level every 15 minutes, and you can download that. You can get it on your phone right now. Like every 15 minutes, it gives you the elevation. So we looked back when we did our report, the highest Lake Abays ever got based on that gauge, and I think it's been there probably 50 years or so, was April 25th, 2013, the flood of 2013. It got to 315.57 meters. The static flood level is 316.2. This year, we checked it before I came here, it got to 315.562, which is about 8 inches below the 2013 flood. And Vito's garage is at the flood at the static flood, which is 316.4. So based on that remote gauge, we know that his property has flooded based on the remote gauge that's there.
Thank you for that thorough response. Okay, that's great. Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thanks, you, Chair. My concern is that Lobo and the conservation people or conservative never commented on this. So obviously they don't see an issue with the building going in place. Would everybody else draw the same conclusion to that?
You might imagine, but do you want to respond to that, Kelsey?
Sure. Thank you for the question. We sent it to the person that we would normally send it to, and I don't know if we never got a receipt that it was delivered, so could always try again. But in terms of the condition that was an option, there is going to be construction access through the conservation easement that's going to be new, and since the other part of the site was developed, hasn't been there, so that's why. And there was also a septic expansion that's going to be needed, so it's a good practice to follow up with them, and we would concur that remain as a condition.
All right. Deputy, would you like to follow up?
Yeah, just quickly, could you provisionally approve this then, based on that information you just provided, the expansion of the septic system and hearing back from the conservatory?
Interesting. Yep.
Thank you for the question, through you, Madam Chair. No, we would not recommend provisional approval just because it's not consistent with a minor addition based on the increased floor area. And there's going to be a conversion of the garage into habitable space as well, which adds another 2 bedrooms.
Okay. Okay, I'll go to Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thanks, Chair Alcock. Based on the flood information that we just received, I think I'd be willing to put forward a motion to change this to approve, not deny. And I feel that maybe there should be a few conditions added in that, but I would probably rely on.
If you have a seconder for that, Councillor Morrison, then we do in fact have a draft that we could imagine that we could consider, and there's a whole lot to it. So I would love it if Mike could put it on the screen and council would waive the reading other than the first So I have a
Can
motion.
we
move-
make it much bigger and scroll
and make
through
it
it
much
slowly?
bigger and have it moved by Councillor Fitzgerald and seconded by Councillor Morrison. And I'll read the first two paragraphs. Be it resolved that Planning Council substitutes motion development 26, 67 CPP 37, 26 HT, Mastriolo 3545 South Portage Road for the following. Be it resolved that Planning Council provisionally approve Community Planning Permit Application CPP 3726 HT, the purpose and effect of which is to provide relief from subsections 2.15.7 and 4.13.8 of Community Planning Permit Bylaw 2297 as amended to permit development within a flood zone precinct and the flood overlay, permit development within 30 meters of a natural heritage area or feature, including fish habitat, Muskoka heritage areas and site and wetland, and reduce the setback from Coldwater Lake from 30 to 17 meters, reduce the front yard setback requirement from 20 to 17 meters, and reduce the eastern interior setback requirement from 6 meters to 5. And then it goes on that there are a number of conditions associated. So I'll let everybody read. You know what? Maybe, okay, let me finish reading it. I will read it. It's important. Okay. Good point. All to permit the construction of a flood-proofed 31 square meter, 2-story addition to connect the existing single detached dwelling and detached garage, conditional on the owner updating plans and drawings, including the proposed revegetation to the satisfaction of the town of Huntsville, the owner consulting and obtaining permission from the Muskoka Conservancy to cross the Muskoka Heritage Trust easement to facilitate the construction of the proposed addition, and the owner entering into an agreement with the town, including the provision of financial securities with terms to implement the recommendations and actions as outlined in the plans and technical reports, assessments, and to confirm that development will proceed in accordance with the community planning permit. Further, that upon the conditions of provisional approval being fulfilled in accordance with subsection 1.17 of the community planning permit bylaw 2297 as amended, a class 3 community planning permit be issued to authorize the above described development, conditional on 1, the proposed development being undertaken in accordance with the community planning permit, including final approved plans and drawings and provisions for the restoration of existing shoreline conditions. 2, the actions and recommendations of the final approved flood hazard engineering report and fish habitat and Muskoka Natural Heritage Area assessment being implemented. All exterior lighting being dark sky compliant in accordance with the Town of Huntsville outdoor lighting bylaws amended from time to time. Appropriate erosion and sediment control measures must be installed prior to the commencement of any works and maintained until all disturbed areas have been stabilized, and all disturbed areas being stabilized and restored to existing conditions or better immediately upon completion of the works, the agreement being registered on title to the lands, and finally, no habitable space being permitted below the regulatory flood elevation, 316.2 meters AMSL. There we go. All right.
Good job, Chair.
Oh, thank you, Councillor Fitzgerald. Are there questions? And Monty, you're smiling. We did that just for you, you know. And you're welcome. Council, any comments or questions about that? Councillor Clark.
Thanks, Mayor Alcock. Not really a question about this motion, but just a general observation that we seem to have a lot of unclear information when applications come here as it relates to flooding overlay that we are provided with. It sort of indicates that there's a difference between what the reality is on the ground and the information that we're provided as far as flooding overlay. So anyway, just a thought, but I think we should be spending a little time looking into that so it's less problematic for applications.
I think that's a great comment. Just on a note, the District of Muskoka that is currently undergoing their OP review, and one of the elements was an amendment regarding new floodplain mapping. And that particular piece was recently sent back for more public consultation.
And that's great. It'd be interesting to see them use the information that Dan Duke was talking about, where there's real life on the ground information available. I'd like to see a lot more of that information used.
Noted for sure. Councillor Fitzgerald.
Can I see the motion back up there one last time? I just had a question about the last item. I don't need you to read it again or anything. I think so far. It was the last item on the motion and the habitable space being permitted to the regular flood elevation. I guess questions to the applicant, is there habitable space being built below that elevation? Okay, good. That's it.
As I'm not seeing any other hands up, so I am going to call the question on this. All those in favor? And it carries all the way around. So all those in favor of the main motion as substituted? And that carries all the way around. Do you want me to repeat that? No. Okay, good. All right, that's great. Thank you. Thank you for that report and all of the work that went into that. So that's great. Okay. So we're moving to report 6.4, which is report number development 2666, CPP 68 2026 HT, Stapleton 170 Peacock Bay Road. And we have Madeline joining us.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. So through you, Madam Chair, the subject property is located at 170 Peacock Bay Road. The lot is designated waterfront in Huntsville's official plan and is under the flood precinct with the Natural Constraints 1 overlay in the Community Planning Permit bylaw. An application has been received to construct a 37 square meter ground floor sunroom enclosed porch addition to a previously approved 2-story, 82 square meter single detached dwelling, all with a finished floor elevation of 286.68 meters above mean sea level on the lot. I won't read all the reliefs required as they're listed on the screen, but I just want to note there's a condition of a provisional approval that the owner enter into a replacement agreement with the town to confirm that development, to implement recommendations and actions as outlined in the plans and technical recommendations, and to confirm development will proceed in accordance with the community planning permit. Final conditions have been listed within the report package, and amongst the standard conditions, additional conditions note the replacement agreement being registered on title of the lands, the proposed sunroom and enclosed porch addition and dwelling being flood-proofed in accordance with applicable standards with the Ontario Building Code and to the satisfaction of the chief building official, and then no habitable space be permitted below the 286.68 meter mean sea level elevation. A slight amendment has been prepared to remove condition 8, which stated that exterior walls of the proposed addition shall comply with the definition of porch in the community planning permit bylaw. And this would have limited those exterior walls to have any type of window and only permit screening. So just some background, in August 2019, a minor variance was approved for the property, which recognized a private cabin, permitted an addition to the existing dwelling, reduced the setback from type 1 fish habitat for the garage and dwelling addition, and permitted an increase in shoreline activity area. So the previously approved dwelling, 2-story dwelling, was done through this minor variance file. And then in June of 2020, a site plan agreement was entered into for the development of the addition and detached garage. The detached garage is existing on the property. However, the 2nd-story addition was not. The proposal now aims to reconstruct the existing dwelling into a 2-story structure and add the proposed ground floor sunroom addition where the existing deck is located. So as we know, and as we've gone through, restrictions apply in the flood zone overlay, and development is generally prohibited. Where buildings are located within any flood zone overlay, minor additions to existing structures may be permitted, and applicants are required to provide confirmation that the buildings are flood-proofed, protection work standards, and access standards can be applied. Vehicles and people have a way of safely entering and exiting the area, and existing hazards are not further aggravated and new hazards not created. And adequate provisions are made for safe disposal of sewage. This section further states that minor additions would be considered to a building that would increase the gross floor area by no more than 10%. In this instance, the community planning permit bylaw excludes sunrooms from the floor area calculation, but does not specifically exclude them from the definition of gross floor area, whereas porches are excluded in both instances. Although being a 26.7% increase, the proposed sunroom addition is noted to be a 3-season sunroom, is being constructed over the existing location of an attached deck, does not require alterations to the existing septic system, and appears to be acceptable within the minor expansion provision. Further, the 2020 hatch mapping for Lake Vernon notes that the static floodline elevation for Lake Vernon is 286.68 meters above sea level, and no wave run-up factor is provided. The proposed sunroom addition and dwelling will have a finished floor that meets this elevation. However, windows and doors are noted to be below the regulatory flood elevation of 287.48 meters, and that includes the wave run-up factor. So to address this, a letter prepared by Duke Engineering notes that the wave run-up should not apply after a review of historical flood data, and all habitable space will be located above the static flood elevation for Lake Vernon. Policies in the official plan allow the wave uprush to be reduced where supported by a technical analysis. Natural constraint mapping identifies the shoreline as being type 1 fish habitat, Lake Vernon being a cold water lake, and the lands being prone to flooding. To address the natural constraints on the lot, Frycorp Ecological Services was retained and provided a fish habitat evaluation. The evaluation was prepared at the time the second-story addition to the dwelling and detached garage were proposed and reviewed reduced setbacks to the shoreline. As the current proposal utilizes generally the existing footprint of the dwelling and attached deck, the same recommendations can be implemented to mitigate risks to type 1 fish habitat in cold water lakes. The proposal maintains the centralized area of development, incorporates renaturalization of the shoreline buffer, and addresses the flood hazard risk, and ensures that all habitable space is above the static floodline elevation. The application was circulated in accordance with the Community Planning Permit Bylaw into the Lake Vernon Association. Their comments, which were circulated to council after the agenda posting, noted no objection and an understanding for the non-complying nature of the development. The Town of Huntsville's Building Department noted that through previous approvals, the finished floor of the habitable space shall be above the static flood elevation for Lake Vernon, and that the wave run-up would not need to be considered. District staff also noted that they would not be opposed to the approval of the above noted application, provided that the Town of Huntsville is satisfied that the development is appropriate and would be considered minor, and that appropriate development control techniques are used to implement the recommendations as outlined in the fish habitat evaluation. So through staff's review and analysis, the application would appear to meet the intent of the applicable criteria for approval under the CPP bylaw and is consistent with the provincial planning statement, and therefore staff are recommending provisional approval subject to the conditions as listed in the report.
Thank you, Madeline. I believe the agent is here on behalf of the applicant, and here he comes. Would also like to speak to the application.
Thank you. Madeline, I think, has explained the application quite well, gave a good bit of the history. It goes back quite some time when they first started looking at rebuilding the cottage that was on there. As the basis of the application is really, we had the site-specific variance where it had setback reductions, etc., for the deck, but because it's not part of the dwelling or a sunroom, we had to go through the process to get that rectified. Dan had done the flood elevation previously, and the deck was in line with the finished floor elevation, the static flood elevation, and so the floor of the sunroom would also be above that static flood elevation to ensure that there's no impact and that the overall intensity of this is minor. It's not another bedroom or anything like that. There was no increase to the septic system because of it. And this will allow for the property to continue on with the building permit to proceed and provide a place for Brent and his family. I'd be glad to answer any questions should you have any. Thank you.
Thank you for that, John. Before I have another long motion, Council, and Monty, Councillor Cloutier, can you read that on your screen? Oh.
Yes, I can.
All right, that's great. Then, Council, would you waive the reading? Yes, great. It was exactly as it was in your package. But there is an additional proposed amendment that Madeline referred to. So the amendment, I'm going to attach a name. It has been moved by Councillor Renwick and seconded by Councillor Morrison. Be it resolved that the following condition 8 be struck out and deleted, which is the exterior walls of the proposed addition shall comply with the definition of porch in the community planning permit bylaw. So I'll call the question on that amendment. All those in favor? And that carries. And so I will call the question on the main motion as amended. All those in favor? And that carries. Look at that. Just like that. Thank you. And thank you for allowing me not to read that. All right. So goodbye, Councillor Morrison. Have fun. That'll be a good event. All right. Okay, so we are moving to the last item under municipal reports, and it is, 6.5, report number development 2026-65, CPP 52, 2026 HT, Baldessera, and it had no civic address. And with that, over to you, Madeline.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as mentioned, the property has no civic address, but is located at lot 13 and 14, concession 6 in the former township of Stisted. The lot is designated rural in Huntsville's official plan and is under the rural precinct with the natural constraints 1, 2, and flood overlay in the community planning permit bylaw. An application has been submitted to recognize an existing 196 square meter woodland retreat and various accessory structures on the lot. To recognize the proposal, a Class 3 community planning permit is required to increase the maximum floor area of a woodland retreat and recognize development within proximity of a wetland. The application would be staff are recommending a provisional approval based on the following conditions: that the owner enter into an agreement with the town, including the provision of financial securities to acknowledge that access is by means of an unopened road allowance, that no municipal services will be available, that the woodland retreat will be used for seasonal, non-year-round habitation and be fully sprinklered or include other suitable fire suppression measures, that revegetation will occur according to the provided plans, and that all actions and recommendations of the wetland and wildland fire hazard risk assessment be implemented to the satisfaction of the town. Additionally, that the owner consolidate lots 13 and lots 14 into the same PIN, and that building permits for the existing structures on the lot are submitted. Additionally, conditions of final approval have been listed within the report package, and amongst the standard conditions include a condition for revegetation outside of the existing cleared areas as illustrated on the final approved plans. As the property does not front on a year-round maintained road, the only permitted use on the property is a woodland retreat to a maximum floor area of 60 square meters. And maintains a 30-meter setback from any watercourse. The size limit for these structures is to ensure that they remain appropriate for their use and do not expand past an occasional recreational structure. Constraint mapping identifies sloping of various degrees, wetland, cold water stream, flood-prone land, moderate wildland fire hazard. And to address this, Riverstone provided a wetland and wildland fire hazard risk assessment, which evaluated topography, vegetation communities, and other natural heritage features on the property, focusing on the wetland features and forest communities. Regarding the wetland, the report notes this feature to be immediately south of the woodland retreat and pond, continuing through the central portion of the subject property, extending to the south and to the east. The report provided a boundary of the wetland and identifies that the pond and wetland areas are separate. The wetland is understood to be approximately 14 meters from the pond, and to protect this feature and its functions, the assessment recommends no infilling to occur in the area, and a 30-meter vegetated buffer be reestablished, and a 10-meter vegetated buffer be established around the pond. So you can see that it was also included in the report package, this figure, but this green hatched area is the areas of revegetation, and you can see in proximity to where the woodland retreat is and where the septic system is shown in orange or dark orange. Overall, through staff's review, the proposal is appropriate given the size of the property, secluded nature, increased buffers, and maintenance of mature vegetation. The proposal has further reviewed unauthorized development as existing construction had been completed in 2020 without benefit of planning or building approvals. The proposal has evaluated natural heritage features and resulted in a refinement of the wetland boundary and revegetation plan to reestablish a buffer. Additionally, the recommendations of the assessment have provided implementation of forest management practices for wildland fire hazard as well. Whoops. The application was circulated in accordance with the community planning permit bylaw. Through staff's review and analysis, the application would appear to meet the intent of applicable criteria for approval under the community planning permit bylaw and is consistent with the provincial planning statement, and therefore staff are recommending provisional approval subject to the conditions as listed within the report, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you once again, and the agent is on his way down to speak to this application.
Thank you. John P. Gallagher here with Peter Baldessera and Dan Duke, who's also working on this project, even though it's not subject to a flood elevation. I think Madeline explained the application quite well. Peter, this is not a year-round dwelling. It is an actual hunt camp and sugar bush. Peter owns other lands in Huntsville, a cottage on Lake Vernon that he enjoys with his family. And this building allows him to bring his kids and his grandkids out to teach them about hunting and foraging and maple sugar production. The property itself, staff had asked us to evaluate it with respect to the wetland features, environmental features, and the fire hazard. Some of the mapping was incorrect that was in the CPP, and Al Shaw had gone out there and provided a lengthy report and significant recommendations for that development. The use of the woodland retreat is permitted in the zone as a right. Really, we're talking about the size of the dwelling. It's definitely not a year-round dwelling, and the way the resolution is worded, it can't be, and it has to be acknowledged that it's not. The property as well, when we're looking at size, the actual size of all the buildings on the property in relation to the property only represents a 0.04% coverage. And it's all setbacks, significant distance from all sidelines and the seasonal road to the north. The majority of the site is left in a natural state, and it maintains that rural character, and Peter and his family are acting as stewards to the land. The building does not dominate the landscape insofar as one can't see it first off, and it only takes up a small percentage, and significant trees have been retained, creating buffers in the woods there. The area of the steep slope was further back from the lot, and that was previously avoided. The Dan Duke has also prepared building plans at the request of the CBO, together with the septic permit. In Al's report, and working with staff, they requested that plantings be undertaken around the pond, the man-made pond, and at the edge of the wetland buffer. And my client has no objection to re-enhancing that vegetation as well. With the fire requirements, wildland fire, my client, after talking with him about the report, he is going to be getting a pump and can utilize that pond for any fire protection on his property, together with fire extinguishers, etc., during the limited time that he is there. I think, the district had no objection. There's been no objections from the neighbors, and staff are recommending the application, and we would respectfully request council to approve the application. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Council, I'm going to once again ask if it's okay if I waive the reading of this. I do have a very long motion. It's exactly as it was in our agenda package, and it has been moved by Councillor Fitzgerald and seconded by Councillor Clark. So I don't know if you need a minute to read it or if you don't need it because you all read your agenda packages. Do you have any questions regarding this? Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I guess this question is for anyone in planning. Has anyone ever come up with a suitable solution around sprinklers other than a pond and a pump and fire extinguishers? This is the first time I've heard of it being exempted from sprinklers, which I'm okay with. And the other question is, I thought there was restriction on amount of use on a woodland retreat. Has that been removed from CPP, or I'm not sure?
Through you, Madam Chair.
None. Yep.
The first part of the question regarding the sprinklers, I may have to defer to Kirsten. But the second part, essentially in the zoning bylaw, there were certain restrictions on number of days that a woodland retreat could be used, but that's since been removed in the CBP bylaw. And it's understood that these are recreational structures and they are temporary, but there's no specific dates or allotted amount of time.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. And Director Maxwell, do you want to weigh in?
I believe the sprinklering matter is under the building code, and that's why that requirement is added into any houses that are developed outside of non-year-round maintained roads. And that distance, I believe, I'll be wrong, 90 meters from a maintained road. If your driveway is 90 meters long, you still need to have your building sprinklered if it's for human habitation, regardless of number of days that it's being used.
So I guess my question specifically is, if it wasn't a woodland retreat, is the same wording used in non-municipal road access, full residential things where it's sprinklered or other methods? It is the same terminology?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. I'm curious if you can look into it, if someone has come up with another method, because I hear a lot of people say that it's getting extremely expensive to sprinkler.
From, sorry, Madam Chair, from what I understand, there is a reduction in insurance if you demonstrate that your house is sprinklered as well.
Yeah.
So that's been sort of the off cost. However, Yeah, I don't know that there are other methods under the building code that can be implemented to set.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Armour.
Not so much a question, Chair, just a comment on that, on the sprinkler. There is a provision in the building code if they're certain distance off the road and there's sufficient room for a fire truck or emergency vehicles to turn around and leave. Right?
Thank you for that. All right, Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Chair Alcock. And just a brief comment. I think this is the first time that we've had a residence or a property come before us that is a hunt camp, and that I didn't realize that they don't have civic addresses. So do you think, will it have? It does not have one at this time. So
Right.
it's a non.
No, yeah, but at this point, but it will. Director Maxwell, do you want to?
Okay.
Sorry, Madeline.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. Through the building permit application process, likely there will be a civic address assigned to the property just for emergency service response time.
Okay, I don't see any other questions or comments, so I am going to call the question. All those in favor? And that carries all the way around. There we go. Thank you very much. And for all of the work you've done today, as well as everybody else. And we're not completely finished our agenda. We do in fact have one item left, and it's under deputations, and we do have a, excuse me, sorry, we're moving to the next, so we have one deputation, Nick and Gia Gabura, who are here to ask for a refund request. So please join us.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and councillors. Nick Gabora, 273 Vernon Shores Avenue, Huntsville, P1H2J2. You heard the question. I don't think I need to say much more. The request, the last council meeting we were here, we had a CPP request, and it was passed by the council chamber. So we thank you for that. We were issued a building permit in 2019, and at the time of the design, the garage and bunkie was attached to the house with the breezeway. The building department requested more information, and what they did was they took the breezeway off the building permit. They actually, and I'll just read the exact words that they said, timber brace roof section removed from the design. So we built the house and the garage was separate. When we had to come back and have that, we had to have the bunkie turned into a cabin, and it was slightly larger. So that's why we went through the process. So we're requesting consideration of the cost, $2,059, just because we feel we built what was on the plan and what was on the permit, and we needed to come to council because of the changes that was done, not because of what we requested, but what the building department requested. So we went through the process. I did include all this information in the original, but I didn't know at the time that we had to present that ourselves. So that's why we have this deputation. And I'm trying to be as short as possible because you guys have worked really hard today. We've been sitting there listening to everything going through, and I appreciate that. And so we're just asking for, because we didn't do this we had to follow what was done on the building permit, and we did that. Does that make sense?
I think so. So I'm going to ask Councillor Fitzgerald if you, there we go.
Full of it today. I'm curious, so the building department removed the breezeway because for whatever reason, you needed to meet fire requirements or whatever, gas proofing on the garage, or for what purpose?
They had originally requested it to be engineered, but we didn't know the height between the garage and the house until it was all built. So I said, I can't get an engineering design without knowing the lay of the land, length, and all that. And they said the easiest thing to do, and I have the email, is to either have it engineered or just remove it. And so we said, well, if you want to remove it, that's great. And so it was removed. And then when everyone came to do the final CPP with Madeline and with Kelsey, they said, hey, you're not attached. We said, no, we have it in writing that it's not attached. And they said, oh, we need to have it attached, or we need to make a change. And so we made the change. So we all worked with the town to make the change. But at the time, they just took it off. We were elated because we're like, well, that makes life easier. We don't need to figure out the elevation is about 18 feet difference between the front door and the door of the garage. So to have a breezeway now is next to impossible. Chris Nagy was out too, and he goes, you can't put a breezeway on there anymore.
But you ended up getting approval for a breezeway.
We got an approval without a breezeway. The council approved the garage to be separate as long as it has no cooking and
Right.
and we had to
Right,
increase it by
got it,
20
sorry.
square feet.
Yeah.
So that was the only thing that we needed to do.
Right, okay.
Do you remember that? Sorry, I know you've
no,
gone
no,
through a lot of stuff, but
Yeah,
it was,
so I'm going to go to Councillor Ren.
Sorry, and just my question, if I may, through you, Chair Alcock, is, so the payment that what was the money for then?
it was to come to council.
So the $2,000 to
Yeah.
planning council, okay.
Yeah, planning council.
You,
cost.
you know what, I think if I may, I'm going to ask one of, Kelsey, if you wouldn't mind weighing in, that would be great. There's a little bit of confusion around
Sure.
this.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Yeah, there was the consideration for the difference because the breezeway and it was no longer attached. But there was also a shipping container added to the property, and there was a bylaw complaint that we were acting on because of that shipping container, and then also the number of accessory buildings as well. So it wasn't just the dwelling, there was other items.
Thank you for that. And so the fee that's being waived is related to what? All of it, all of it. So there are a number of changes that the fee would be attached to. Right, okay. Richard?
And just to make it as simple as possible, so there would have been the alternative to bring the property into compliance or to seek relief for all these variations. So the application was to get the relief. So I'm not sure why the refund is being requested.
I'm going back to Councillor, thank you, Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thanks, Chair Alcock. I don't remember the file. Did we provide relief through the CPP application and everything stayed? Okay.
We
So
did provide relief.
I make a motion to have a refund then.
Right, okay. Any other comments? Any other questions? Okay, thank you for appearing today.
Thank you.
Thank you. And considering we don't have a motion with respect to this, then I am going to proceed to, we don't have previous business, we don't have anything under new business, and we have a number of items under general information as to approvals, but you all saw that, so I don't need to read it. So I am going to our confirmation bylaw. It has been moved by Councillor Clark, seconded by Councillor Cloutier. Be it resolved that confirmation bylaw 2026-58 be received and passed this 15th day of July 2026. All those in favor? And that carries. And finally, I have a motion moved by Councillor Renwick, seconded by Deputy Mayor Armour. Be it resolved that we do hereby adjourn at 20:20 p.m. All those in favor? 20. Sorry. Oh my God, I just realized, I thought, what's wrong with 2020? It seems right to me, but you're the only one who picked up on that. Are you? Okay. 2:20. 2:20. All those in favor, I think you already did. I did that, so thank you, and that carries. Thanks, everybody, for a long day and a lot of good work. Thank you.